11th, 2024. We are going to begin. Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Clerk. I have a request by one of my colleagues. He would like to withdraw and or defer some items from the agenda. Commissioner Gabella?
Yes, I went to withdraw RE18.
They can't pull your mics closer.
I didn't
Oh,
have,
he
sorry,
didn't have it
I
on.
didn't have it.
And pull them closer as
Okay,
well.
so, Madam Chair, I would like to withdraw item RE18 and DI8, and then defer RE19, if that's okay with
Okay.
you and the rest of the commissioners?
Defer, withdraw RE18,
Correct.
defer RE19,
Withdraw RE18, withdraw DI8, and then defer RE19.
until second meeting in February?
For RE19, I believe that's in your
Yes,
district?
February
Second meeting?
1st.
First meeting in February.
That will be February 8th.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I have a first and second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
And at this time, may I have a motion to approve the City of Miami Commission meetings for October 12, 2023?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now, I'm going to ask my colleagues, would any of you like to pull any of the consent agenda items for discussion? That would be CA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
No.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
CA1 will be as amended.
CA 1 as amended. Would anyone like to pull any of these items for discussion?
Nope.
May I have a motion
Move it.
to pass CA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I have a motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda items have passed unanimously. For the PH items, are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull for discussion?
Nope.
Madam
No.
Chair.
Okay, so
Madam Chair.
Mr. City
Oh, my God.
CFO, I'm trying to figure CFO, Mr. CFO, Chief Financial Officer. There we go.
Thank you. On PH1, we'd like to put on the record that we are removing the parking strategy as one of our incentive strategies from the recommendation.
Okay, so that would be
Thank you.
PH1 as amended.
That's an end.
Do I have a
Correct.
motion to pass PH1,
Motion.
2, 4, and 5?
Move it.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and PH 4 and 5 were required forfeits votes, which both passed unanimously.
Did we do PH1 and 2 and 3 or no?
3 is deferred.
Okay.
3 has been deferred. We just did PH 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Okay.
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 Tell me what you did again.
The CA items passed.
The which ones? CAs?
The minutes from the October 12 meeting.
Right.
The CA items 1 through 6, and the PH items, PH 1, 2, 4, and 5.
PH 1, 2,
4 and 5.
4, and 5, and all the CAs passed.
And all
Yes.
the CAs.
All-
PH 3 was deferred.
Madam Chair, you wanted to be a co-sponsor for PH4.
Correct. And at this time, I will take up the 2 pocket items. Do I have a motion for pocket item 1 and pocket item 2?
What are those
Hold on a
pocket
second,
items
hold on a
again,
sec.
please? They could be
Tom?
read.
Pocket item 1 is just a discussion item.
Oh, okay, wait, okay, so never mind.
Sorry, pocket item 1 is what again?
Is a discussion item.
Oh.
Pocket item 2 then, may I have a motion for pocket item 2? That is to direct the city staff to engage with the
Give us the-
federal legislature, correct? So that they could go after funding for the underdeck.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now we're on the RE items. Are there any of the RE items that my colleagues would like to pull for discussion?
So can I just speak? And my idea was to do everything and then leave the contentious items for the last.
So you can tell me which items you want to pull. That's
So I think I'd like to, R11.
Okay,
Yeah, hold on for a minute, let me just.
I'd like to pull RE7.
RE7.
Okay, 11, 7,
Uh-huh.
they're gonna be 8, taken at the end, 8,
You want to pull RE8?
okay,
10 has been withdrawn. RE10 was withdrawn,
Okay,
correct?
I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
Correct.
Okay.
RE10 was not withdrawn?
No,
Okay.
RE10 is not withdrawn, right?
No, RE10 wasn't that withdrawn?
Yes,
I believe that
Commissioner
was
Gabella
withdrawn.
withdrew it.
Well, that's null and void,
Right, so,
Right, so
Okay.
in effect it is, but it was withdrawn
okay,
earlier.
but it's null and void.
Okay,
anyway.
so let's have a motion to withdraw to withdraw RE10.
I'll make that motion.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's withdrawn unanimously.
If I could just take another minute, Chair.
No, take your time.
I didn't take my smart pill today, so Commissioner Reyes took it from me. We got some in the R's that,
Mitigations.
yeah, mitigation.
Right, I'm going to take those.
Okay, you got the mitigations out.
are we not going to take them one by one?
Yes, we have to,
We
for the
have to take them
mitigations.
one by one,
Yes,
yes.
I'll dispose of the ones that you don't.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
on RE13 and 14, I'd like to be added as co-sponsor.
RE 13 and 14? 13 and 14, Todd?
RE12 was withdrawn, Commissioner?
Yes.
Already 12 is withdrawn.
No way that we could go around that, or,
Are you 12?
yeah?
I don't-
I'll be happy to donate some of my dollars to help with that if need be, together with you. That would be the way to solve it.
Which one are you talking about? Are you 12?
Sorry, what are we doing with RE12?
Well, I want to see if he wants
Oh,
to
sorry.
Oh,
move it
yes,
or not.
yes.
Yes, RE12 was withdrawn, during the order of the day.
It was withdrawn because they need to comply with financial audits and a lot of paperwork that is required by the city of Miami, and they have not been able to comply with it. I want to give them time so they can comply with it, and we all donate funds for it. Okay,
So I move to,
that's it. So that's why it is withdrawn. And we can wait until, and I am going to call them and see what.
If you need help, feel free to.
70,000 to the.
Okay,
So maybe we can work with it, or
I'm willing to help, just so you know.
I really appreciate that, sir.
Okay, so are there any other items that my colleagues would like to pull from the RE items for discussion?
Let's see. RE16 was done already, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And RE15, that's the auditor, right?
Yes, that is to audit.
Okay, if I may ask, Commissioner, and I have no problem in leaving it.
Sure.
If you guys want to take it, but my only concern here is on the 60 days, 45 to 60 days. You cannot limit it so short because there are audits that, and for the most part, it's impossible to make it that short.
I had this conversation I had it with my friend here, and I said if it is an additional time is needed, we can also extend it. but we got to use a daylight. You see, let's say not all open-ended. That we could take.
That you're right. We've had problems with that.
You will have problems with that. So we have to have a set of time so that all those audits are completed. If by any chance, and let me tell you, by any chance it is not completed because there are too much that they have to be investigated, not because any one of us, because I am included in those audits, because
Yes,
BDA is
we all are.
included, but not because we are trying to slow it down or we are not providing the necessary documentation that it is required for an audit. You see, we are obliged to comply with this.
Can I get something, because you and I were the ones that sponsored this not that long ago. Time passes, so I forget the time frame.
Well, that's what happened with H.
Yeah, if I could get the auditor that we have, so he could tell us when he last did all of the different agencies, just so we know.
Okay.
It's not going to change anything here.
No.
Just so we know.
I mean,
Can he come up?
yes.
You remember back when Mr. Diaz-Liberty was chairman of the Omni CRA that we took. When Commissioner Diaz-Liberty was chairman of the Omni CRA, that the commission took him out, and he started pointing certain fingers at the time, and both Commissioner Reyes and I asked for every agency to have an audit. And I requested that it begin with Bayfront Park Trust. I know that you did an audit of Bayfront Park Trust. I don't know Omni CRA or any of the others when they were done, but can you tell us which you did and when they were finished?
The completion dates are in the resolutions.
Okay, yeah, but do you have, I don't see the completion dates and resolution here. I'm talking about the audits that you did with the recommendations.
The recommendations?
Yeah, the ones that you did that we had asked you before. Maybe you could help me. It's not understanding me.
Listen,
I just want to get the dates when they were done.
I have not received any final.
The last audit,
and that is,
they're listed
problem.
here.
that is why
They're in the whereas.
They're in
In
the second, they're
in
in the
the
resolution.
whereas clauses of the resolution, there should be some dates there.
Bayfront Park was done September 27th, 2019.
It's September
September 27th, 2019.
2019.
The Virginia Key, October 1st, 2022.
2022.
Omni CRA, May 19th, 2023.
What's the date again of that?
May 19th,
May 19th, Omni CRA.
2023.
Yeah.
The Midtown was August 25th, 2023. And we're in the process of auditing the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA. We're currently in the process.
Okay.
And that's a big audit. That's $100 million in monies that they get.
How long did the ones that you finished take you to do?
Let me see here. I'm not sure I have. I don't have the times. I'll provide them, but they were probably well in excess of 500 to 700 hours, some going up to 1,000. Midtown went several thousand hours, a couple of thousand hours. It's a 4-year audit, and we recovered over $9 million in that audit because of the incorrect calculations of the bond payments. But it was a 4-year audit. We had a lot of difficulties getting information from the other party. There were constant delays. One of the commissioner was asking why it was taking so long, and we provided a timeline of all our communications with the auditee. And like I said, in the end, the attorneys were involved. It took over 8 years. I think 7 or 8 attorneys were involved with this. So you can't really put a deadline on an audit. You don't know what you're going to encounter when you walk in there. You can put a budget on it, and maybe we only had 800 to 1,000 hours budgeted for these, but some come in less time, some come in a later time, and you just don't know where you're going to get your delays. In some cases, it could be from the production of records. They might be in storage, or they just might be giving you a lot of pushback, thinking you might go away. Sometimes the LSRs that we take a long time. So, you can budget for them, but not to put a time frame as to when you're going to get done. I mean, it can be done in other environments. Let's say you've got a McDonald's restaurant. You got a chain of them. They all run the same way, and they can all be ordered in the same way, and you'll know how long it takes to do each one.
So,
But in something like this, where you're dealing with different outside parties and production of records, and you can get pushback. You've got to get responses on your order times.
All right, look, Commissioner Reyes, I think we're both in agreement on the timing.
Yes.
The only thing that I would ask you, if you would be willing to change this, is just make it 90 days, give it a little more leeway, and if they can't do it by then they got to come back.
Welcome back. Fine with me.
Okay, 90 days.
One other
90 days?
90 days.
Okay.
Commissioner.
But there's one other thing about outsourcing this to other parties. Like, for instance, the hauler audits that we do, if we recover more than $20,000, we can bill back our time. Our composite time, my time, and the auditor's time is generally in the range of $60 per hour. If we outsource these, you're going to be paying, I don't know, what's the composite rate for the few $100 an hour?
I have a question.
Let me address that. You see,
It's not cost effective.
you see, let me address it. I'm sick and tired of every time till I open the paper. It is corruption in DDA, corruption here, corruption there. There is, either you like it or not, there is a lack of trust of the public on us policing ourselves the way that it should be. What I want to know, all this cloud that we have about corruption, I want to do away with it with an external audit of everybody, including my office, if you want to. You see, so we can clear the air, or if we find something wrong, take action. You see, and that is why I am proposing this. Doesn't matter what it costs. Public trust has no value, no price.
But
We have to do it.
It will be cost effective because the monies that they're going to find.
That's right.
We could say it'll be cost effective.
That's right. It's going to be cost effective. Okay.
And if it's not, then we can reconsider. But
Absolutely.
in my opinion, it will be cost effective.
I think so too.
Through the chair, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm not here to ask those questions. What I need to know in the resolution is I need to have an individual conversation with you guys to get a consensus on the scope that you would like for us to pursue, whether that's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years back on these audits.
It's a forensic audit.
Well, you would still define.
I don't know. We have to decide.
You would still
Is it
define.
1 year or 2 years back?
Well, in some cases, you'll want to go back more than.
Well,
just
we can
2
start.
years.
Yes.
We can start with a time frame, and if we find stuff, we can then give. I just need to know kind of general consensus of what you'd like to start with.
Okay.
Chair,
That's it.
Commissioner Pardo?
have we ever done forensic audits of these entities?
Well, we don't do audits looking for fraud. If we get complaints,
But you understand that's what we're asking for.
If we get complaints, then we'll do an investigation, and we will follow through on the fraud aspect. Of
Right.
course.
Since there are different levels of audits, we're asking for the kind of audit that is forensic, where you're looking for fraud.
Again, even with that, you still need to give the auditors
Parameters.
the parameters to audit.
Naturally.
Also, where we are asking for an audit of the CRAs. The CRAs are not a creation of the city of Miami. So we would need to go during our CRA meeting, meeting of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA and request that we have an external audit, and we vote for it there. And for the Omni CRA, we want an external audit, and we ask for it properly in those meetings, because these CRAs are a creation of the state, not of the City of Miami Commission.
And I was going to add to what you're saying, you're absolutely right, that we should contact the state and ask for the legality of having a forensic audit and external forensic audit on it. Because it is the state, the one that approve or disapprove of the CRAs, okay?
So having said that, I don't believe that it is proper for this item to be before this commission. We can take these items before the respective CRAs, because they're a creature of the state of Florida and not of this City of Miami Commission.
And you also realize that all CRAs and these component units and so forth, they have their own external audits done every year, their own financial audits.
Correct. So all I'm saying, we can, if that is the will of the body of the entity, we'll bring it up at that time. So I would ask for a motion to withdraw the item and then bring it back properly before the entities in question, or amend your item for the jurisdiction that the commission has, because you don't have jurisdiction to request an external audit for an entity that's not the City of Miami Commission creation.
But if it is not a creation of the commission, with all due respect, Madam Chair, how come our auditor is auditing it?
That's a pretty good question. It can be audited, but that's internal. Well, perhaps that was some legislation that was created prior to me getting here. I am just telling you that the CRAs are a creation of the state of Florida, and they're governed by the CRA laws that's created by the state of Florida, not the City of Miami Commission.
Madam Chair, so for the entities like the Bayfront Park Trust, the DDA, those are governed.
Those are governed by the city.
That was created by the City of Miami.
Let's amend this.
Yeah, amend it.
Let's amend it that the CRAs are subject to approval from the state for external audit.
No, again, you're not understanding me. We can accomplish what you would like in the CRA meeting. We can put it on the agenda for the CRA, each CRA respective. So we can vote on the item for these audits for the entities that were created by the City Commission. And then when we have our CRA meetings, you can also request in the CRA.
Okay, I agree with you, and I accept that.
Okay.
You see?
Thank you.
So this is, we vote for this, except for the CRAs, that we will bring the question to the CRAs, and the CRAs will vote, the board, on
we'll put it on the, at least I will put it on the agenda for the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA.
Okay, fantastic. I understand you.
Commissioner Coyle?
And then we're putting, taking the 45 to 60 and putting 90 days.
Yeah.
Correct. And I would also like to, for discussion, I would like to pull RE 20. And with respect to RE 13 and 14, there's a discussion item to establish a city charter review committee. I think instead of us piecemealing, that we should consider the discussion item. So I'd like to pull RE 13 and 14 and take them up with the discussion item number 7. I think that's...
That will not include the Inspector General. That is not, because Inspector General have to go before the voters.
Okay.
And we're going to have that before August. I agree with you that we need a committee to revise the statutes and everything. Okay?
And I understand that happens every 10 years or so.
That's right.
So
and we need to do that. I agree with Mr. Pardo on that, and I will co-sponsor that. But I don't want to do away with a proposal to have create Inspector General, which is the scope of work. It is tremendously larger than the scope of work of our current auditor, and we'll have more independence than what we have now, and we will get politics away from it.
Okay, so let me go over the RE items that we don't have an issue with. May I have a motion to pass RE1?
A motion.
Wait, let me run them
Oh,
down.
sorry. I was waiting.
For RE1,
Move it.
RE2,
Move it over. One.
RE1, 2, RE7,
No, RE7 was,
RE7 is pulled. Sorry. 1, 2, 9, RE9,
9. 13 and 14.
13, 14. RE9 was 19 was
15.
Okay, that's it. RE
No.
Okay, so we have RE1, 2. Right, RE1, 2, 7.
No, 7 is pulled, right?
I'm
Seven
sorry.
is pulled.
7 is pulled.
Sorry.
7 and 8 is pulled.
1, 2. 18 was withdrawn. 1, 2.
1, 2, 9, 13, 14. I think
1,
that's
2,
what's in play.
9.
I think that's what's in play.
No.
13, 14?
Yes, 9. 1, 2, 9. 13, 14.
Yeah,
And I have-
those are the ones in play that we're not.
And I have 15 with the amendments.
And 15 with the amendment. Do I have a motion?
But wait.
Wait.
On 15, I think it needs a little more discussion. There's a couple of things still left. So I don't necessarily want to deal with 15 right now. I think it should be pulled as well.
Okay.
What do you have against an external?
Oh, no, I have nothing against the item. I think it's a great item. I just want to talk timing a little more. I want to flesh that out a little more because there's things that we haven't discussed relative to the timing. 90 days, it's doomed to fail. We're never going to get it done. And we don't even have audit functions in terms of professionals procured yet.
Okay.
So that alone would take almost 90 days. So that's what I'm saying. To create a 90-day window, we're going to fail. We're going to have to be forced to come back for an extension.
Okay.
But the item says that you come back in the next meeting, you address the need for time, because I know for a fact that different entities that have been audited requires different time. And if the auditor, they need different, additional time, they should come back and we will decide on the time.
Okay, so do I have a motion for RE1, 2, and 9?
Move it.
So what do you got? 1, 2, 9?
1, 2, and 9. I'm just
13 and 14?
I'm just
no?
doing 1, 2, and 9 right now.
1, 2, and 9.
1,
Okay.
2, and 9.
All right.
I have
I
a
motion.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. City Clerk, on your reappointment.
Okay. Now we have,
So now let's get into the mitigations. RE3,
Madam Chair, can we call 4 first so that then we can hear the 3 items that are related after?
okay.
Thank you so
Sure.
much.
RE4 mitigation, 2085 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I have a Jennings disclosure on this one only because they introduced themselves to me during the break. They didn't tell me anything, but just to err on the side of caution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chairwoman, Robert Santos Harborna, Co-Compliance Director. RE4 is the mitigation of a property located at 2085 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I'm going to provide a brief synopsis, as I have during our reviews. The violations are for operating without a certificate of use and operating without a business tax receipt. This is an art gallery that was conducting outside sales and outside displays. Notice of violation issued on March 27, 2020, adjudicated at Code Enforcement Board on February 3rd, 2022. Violations ran for 383 days, accruing a total of $191,500. Legal Division Chief Rachel Dooley will provide additional details, but I understand from the last input from council, the offer was $7,500. It may have been increased. So I'm going to yield to Rachel Dooley to elaborate.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rachel Dooley, City Attorney's Office. In this particular case, a suit was filed in order to come for mitigation, as you're aware, and as the Director has explained, the violation was heard on February 3rd of 2022. The compliance date was a year later. In this particular case, and counsel is present, so he can probably explain it to you better than I, but the situation that occurred with a tenant who had told the owner that they were taking care of their certificate of and BTR issue, and unfortunately suffered a massive medical issue, although continually reassured the owner that things were going well. The owner eventually took care of the problems. They are currently, their offer is $7,500, but I'll let counsel for the owner explain the rest to you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, David Haber from Haber Law on behalf of 170 Northeast 40th Street, which is the owner of the property. We have some unfortunate issue that occurred, which is the Art Fusion Gallery, which has been, first it was in Midtown for almost 20 years, then it moved to Wynwood, then it moved to the subject property. When it moved to the subject property, the tenant got a business license from Dade County and did a change of address, but failed to get a new certificate of use and the business tax receipt. It was a mistake by the tenant. And when the notice was given, it was in the beginning of COVID, right at the beginning of COVID, and for whatever reason, his gallery, well, for an obvious reason, his gallery was closed for 3 months. That was when it was issued. When it came time for the notice of the hearing for February 3rd, 2022, which was done in absentia, the tenant was in the midst of a terrible bout with a quadruple bypass and was in no position to do anything and was also closed for multiple months. The owner found out that the matter had not been resolved. Now, I do want to point out that when it was resolved, all of the inspections reflected not one problem with the gallery. There were never any modifications, there were no improvements, there was no construction, and there was no intent to have any issue with the city. It's just the tenant failed to fill out the form to change the certificate of use from one place to another. It is a technical violation. We proposed $7,500 for this because that would cover the costs of all of these hearings. There was one hearing. And the owner, in a regular search of the property, found out that the matter had not been resolved, immediately went to hire a permit expediter in order to get the inspections done and get this closed, which the owner did. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm familiar with, I got extensive briefing on there. There was no bad actors here. It was a series of unfortunate incidents, health and COVID. So I'm inclined to accept the offer of $7,500. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Got a motion? Got a motion and a second. Todd is confused. Commissioner Gabella did the motion. Commissioner Carollo did the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
As amended?
As amended.
Oh, there was one amendment to change the name of my client from Northwest to Northeast in the resolution. Thank you.
At this time, we will take up
RE3?
RE3, 4, and 5?
Yes.
No,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry. RE3,
3?
5,
RE5
and 6.
and 6.
RE3, 5, and 6.
Okay. So, good afternoon again. RE3 is the mitigation of 1600 Northwest 20th Street. The violations for this respondent is construction of work without permits, obstruction of public right-of-way, and working on the public right-of-way without a permit. NOV, notice of violation, was issued on June 9, 2021, adjudicated by Code Enforcement Board on September 8, 2021. Violation ran for 398 days, accruing a total of $199,000. I am going to, counsel is here and will present additional information. As far as I understand, and I don't know if Legal Division Chief Dooley, you want to offer more information, but the respondent is offering $500, or the equivalent of 0.003%.
It's $199,000. Rachel Dooley on behalf of the Office of the City Attorney. Good afternoon again. This particular case, yes, it ran for 398 days. Counsel is here for the property owner. And for the next two after this, they do own the properties. This is the work without a permit was for the enclosure for a solid waste container that was placed on the right of way in an alley, which it's not allowed to be in that place, so it had to be moved. In the end, and I did verify, it was in fact the owner is the one that got rid of that thing and legalized the structure itself and cured the violation, not the tenants. So they did take care of the issue with the tenants. But
cited?
The violation went to hearing in September of 2021.
2021. And now they cure it when? Last year?
They cured it in October of 2023.
2 years.
I think they got to come up a little bit in the money situation.
So
That's right.
counsel is here for the owner. It does have an affidavit, which I sent to the various chiefs of staff for all of you. I received them yesterday. And there are paper copies if you want them, but I think he can explain the situation as it occurred with this particular tenant.
Thank you so much. Alejandro Jordan, attorney for the property owner. And just by way of a little bit of a background, this enclosure of the garbage area was already existing when my client purchased the property. He wasn't aware that it was, illegal or it affected the right of way or anything of that nature. Then apparently, let's call it miscommunication with a city employee, notified them that, hey, I guess the city has plans, I guess they're going to do a bike path or things of that nature. This needs to be removed. Client removed it. Unfortunately, he removed it without permits, so he was cited for that. Once he was cited for that, immediately, it was extremely proactive. He had to, coordinate with the tenants in terms of where to move the garbage, for that matter, with solid waste and things of that nature, and he had to file a demolition permit, which the demolition permit was initially filed in August before the hearing of September 8th. It was actually, the process was started on August 11th of 2021. There were issues with processing that demolition permit. They were using the 2019 survey that they had when they acquired the property. Unfortunately, that needed to be updated. There was delays with the surveyors, things of that nature. To make a long story short, yes, the property owner was the one that spent thousands of dollars, repairing or removing this garbage enclosure, and learned a valuable lesson. Immediately what they've, they're not working with this surveyor that delayed things. Whenever, a city official were to approach them, they're not going to do things on their own. They're going to reach out to counsel. Luckily, I am their counsel now, going forward for the last 18 months going forward. Unfortunately, the time that it took from demolition permit for the after the fact to affidavit of compliance is the per diem of violations that we're talking about. So in an effort of good faith and understanding and,
trying to be as compliant as possible, even though it wasn't quote unquote an enclosure that we created. But at the end of the day, I guess the after the fact permit that was required was the reason for the violation.
Can I ask a question of him, Chair? You stated, sir, that this was a property that was bought by your client. He found that this was there illegally. Is that correct?
Correct, in 2019.
Okay.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry,
Well,
Commissioner.
you had stated that your client had bought the property and found that this particular issue was there, that it had not been permitted. In other words, your client didn't do it. Didn't
Correct.
do the work. It was somebody else.
That is correct.
And he bought the property that way. Okay. Secondly, how big of an area was it that was blocked out?
Believe it or not, it wasn't. It was a couple posts. There's about 6 tenants in there, so enough to hold the garbage for 6 commercial tenants.
Sorry, I'm sorry, go to interrupt you. Is this on the south side of 20th Street that is miniature warehouses adjacent to the battery place?
This is
In front of
1600.
Popeyes, yes, right? Yes?
This is 1600 Northwest 20th Street.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. How much is it that you have been cited for as of today?
$199,000.
Guys, I could understand if someone's out there doing a lot of stuff, and those that we really have been doing hundreds of thousands of dollars of illegal work and keep doing it, repeat offenders, we don't even hit them with anything like this for the most part. But yeah, they're wrong, but this is something that, and I think what we try to do up here is be fair to people as best we can. But this, to me, it's almost ridiculous, the amount of money. Now, granted, the owner had an obligation to take care of it the minute he found out, but $199,000 for maybe what could be at most 12 feet, maybe. Do you have the measurements of it?
I understand, Commissioner, but number one, we go through a due process. We provide the notice, they provide the summons, we give them time to comply, and after reasonable time, then they get a daily accruals. I don't know if the client was looking or relying on the tenant. I can't answer those. So that's why you get the accruals that you get.
Yeah, and you're right in what you're saying, and I understand that. But I agree. $500 is too little.
It doesn't even cover the cost.
Yeah, you got to cover our costs at least.
Go a little bit higher.
Yeah, well, cover our costs.
Not $199, not nowhere near there, but $5,000. I mean,
well, whatever our cost is.
But it's a cost.
I don't want to, kill someone with a huge amount, because usually for the 2 new commissioners, we try to go dependent on how bad it is.
Right.
Maybe around 10%. We've gone with some a lot higher because they've been pretty outrageous.
Yeah.
Some slightly lower. The one that we did before him today is the lowest that I can recall that we've done here. But, this one here, we need to cover our costs. That would be my position. I have no idea what that is. But beyond that, this is not one of those that I'm looking to stick it to someone, because I don't see that they purposely have been trying to get away with something. They didn't cause the problem, and yeah, they did took some time to fix it, but sometimes you don't know what happens in between. But $199,000, I don't know. It's just me.
Commissioner Cabela? Oh, I thought you wanted
so
to speak
no,
next.
I'm in agreement, actually. I'm in agreement. 199 is excessive. We know we're not going to get that. So, to be fair to the gentleman, and in light of what Carol just said and what we're seeing, what would be, in your estimation, something fair for them so that this can go away?
Well, I would say
Because look, if you tell me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I look at this thing and everybody, she said, he says, it's kind of hard to put the story together, and this is the problem that I think here, but at the end, I think you got to give them the benefit of the doubt, and so I'm willing to do that, but give us some guidance on you think might be?
Commissioner Pardo?
I did have a question on the settlement amounts. Can you go over the settlement amount for each property and why they're so different?
Sure. Sure. Every case is a little bit different.
But one is $500, right?
Right. So the reason for $500, my client's approach was, hey, we didn't, we started the process, we submitted the demolition permit before the violation started accruing, in good faith. I did not want to come here and start blaming everything on COVID and things of that nature. Okay. So I wanted to be sure of that. However, my client's offices started working remote right in March of 2020, all the way until 2022, as a matter of fact. A lot of mail was lost from their Brickell address, but I didn't want the story to be, hey, this is another person blaming it on COVID, which was a...
And the amounts on the other two?
The amounts on the other two are 300, the amounts of the settlement.
Settlement, proposed settlement.
Sure.
If I could, for RE,
We're only doing the one item right now,
Let's
right?
stick to
one of them
RE3.
one of them is of a similar amount.
These are related, correct?
They're different properties. It's
same
different
owner.
corporations, but it's the same ownership.
Well,
Yes.
then I think we also need to consider it.
So,
Which is,
But they need to be able to, for our record, they need to be able to speak on each one so that the commission is in compliance, because this is a quasi judicial item.
And are we deciding this one right now, or we're waiting?
Yes, we'll do each one separately.
So to help me in this decision, can I know what the amounts were on the other two?
the issue for RE, let me say, 5 is one wherein I believe, and I think we even looked at overhead shots from like Google Earth or whatever, they were in compliance actually prior to the hearing date, but never contacted code or the city or anybody else. And so they'd offered $500 on that one. The next one, they've offered, it's a certificate of use and a BTR. In that one in particular, they're offering $10,000 on each of those violations. And in those in particular, they actually got their certificate of use 3 months after the hearing. The tenants never did the BTR. And I don't know if they can speak to any confusion as to that, but so those are the different amounts.
Thank you, very helpful.
So,
through the chair, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Manolo Reyes?
Thank you. One thing that question that I have, all these 3 properties is owned by the same corporation. It's an LLC. Is that true?
They are separate corporations,
Separate
different
corporations.
names. 2 of the 3 have all the same owners. One of them has an additional owner to it. They were not prosecuted as repeat offenders. Theoretically, maybe the one where there's the $10,000 each offer on it may have qualified as that, but it wasn't. It's very hard to pick that up at times when they're doing it. But they were not for that. Those other 2 with the CU and the BTR issue.
Did they
To be candid, just to be
Did
candid.
they have the same address that they will receive the notifications?
I would have to look, but yes, they have the same corporate registered agents and the
That's
same
right.
ownership. Yes, yes,
And they will receive the same notification at the same address.
yes.
And since they were receiving all these notifications of those violations, they didn't take any action. And that is the problem. In my book, that's a problem. They were receiving, they were notified.
Right. Well, and I think on the RE5, they did have the tenant removed, and it actually was prior to the hearing, but the phone call, the report wasn't made to code to go out there. Code had checked it like 2 days before. They were still there. The people leave 2 days later, that kind of thing. So with that one, that might be a little different. And on the other ones, obviously the certificates of use were obtained. They did not obtain the BTRs. And so that's why a lien kicked in and started running. But they
were notified that they needed a BTR.
Yes, yes.
I said it before. We need at least cover if you are in violation and you've been fined and you want mitigate, you see the fine that maybe because you didn't see it, maybe because you didn't pay so much attention to it, or maybe because you knew that you could come here and get mitigation. I mean, I don't know. But $500, I think, is an insult because that does not cover. That does not cover the work that has been done. All the doesn't cover anything.
So, Commissioner, I'll say this: a $5,000, not $500, $5,000 is the equivalent of 2.5%, 97.5% reduction, and I would recommend that amount, no less than that.
How much?
Not 500, 5,000.
And in the
Does that cover our costs?
I'm sorry?
Does that cover our costs?
Yes, it does.
Commissioner
Well, I
Bennett?
move to,
What do you say?
Your district.
It is your district.
okay,
Commissioner
so
Cabrera.
if it's agreeable to you gentlemen, you're offering, you think you're
I
not
recommend-
offering, you're,
What's fair?
yeah, 5,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how about we make it 5,500?
That's fine.
I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. If you make a motion for 5,500,
I motion 5,500.
do we have a
Second.
second?
I said,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 As amended?
As amended, RE3 passes as amended. RE5,
Commissioners, RE5 is the mitigation of a property located at 2110 Northwest 13th Avenue. The violations are for operating without a certificate of use, operating without a business tax receipt, outside sales, displays not permitted. Notice of violation issued on May 2021, adjudicated on September 2021. The violation ran for 705 days, accruals at $352,000. As I understand it, the offer is $500. That's less than 1%. Code's recommendation is $5,000.
Can you go over again the violations, please?
Yes, sir. So, is this the one that, no, this is not the one that we're operating without the, yeah. So, operating without a certificate of use, operating without a business tax receipt, and I will say this again, we take that very seriously. And they, and, I'm sorry?
What did you say besides?
Business tax receipt,
Yeah,
BTR,
Yeah, and what else?
and outside sales displays that are not permitted. Okay, so notice of violation in 2021, adjudicated on September 2021, and violation ran for 705 days.
What district is this in?
It's by
D1.
district also.
District 1.
D1. And they're offering how much?
They were offering $500.
I see.
So
Commissioner Cabela.
what do you think? What's your offer?
500.
500 ain't gonna fly. What do you think?
Yeah, it's too low. It doesn't even cover your cost.
What do you?
I think it's fair, especially with the costs associated with things of that nature, something very similar to case R3, or RE3 with the 5,500.
What is the amount, the total amount here?
The total amount of the lien is $352,000. This is the case where the facts are that the city went out a few weeks before the hearing. The violation was still there. They were still operating without the license. Just prior to the hearing, though, they did remove the tenant. Nobody came to the hearing. Nobody contacted code. The case gets heard in absentia, and the lien begins to run. And so it ran for all of that time, but the tenants were gone.
How much longer did it run by after the tenants were taken out?
So it started to run immediately. The tenants left, actually, I don't know, the day before the hearing, it was right before the hearing, but nobody was notified. And of course, in their notices, they received notice, please, when people leave, contact us. When you've complied it, contact your inspector. Council and I have discussed it at length about that, which these owners have been made well aware of their responsibility to do that. They can't just assume somebody's going to appear out of the thin air and go ahead and recheck. They need to know if people are gone.
Again, while we have to be serious about all these violations, this is not one that they're building hundreds of thousands of dollars without permits. It's not a life safety issue on construction without permits. You're giving them a good fire sale, so.
You know what, on this one, Corey, I think you guys should pay a little bit more because this is the second one. How about 10 grand? And also because your fines are 352,000.
Well, this is almost double what the other one was.
Yeah,
not
that's
quite,
why. So
and it's a little more serious, I would say, than the
if
other
it's amendable.
Yeah.
No, you make the recommendation,
So it's a
Commissioner.
little
This is
more
your
serious
district.
than the other one.
You make the
Yeah, I
recommend.
agree.
Make a motion. You make the recommendation.
So I motion on RE
5.
5 as 10 grand, $10,000.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries as amended. RE 6.
Commissioners, RE6 is violations. There are actually 2 cases and 2 addresses at one folio. The property addresses are 2302 and 2304 Northwest 7th Place. The violations go back to 2018, operating without a certificate of use, operating without a business tax receipt, and erecting, posting signs without finalized permit. The notice of violation was issued in October 2018. It was adjudicated before Code Enforcement Board on January 2019. The violations ran for 1,592 days, accruing $398,000 at the 2302 property, and the 2304 has mirror violations, operating without CU, operating without BTR, erecting signs without permits. That violation ran for 1,242 days and accrued $310,500. The respondent is offering $10,000 on each, which 2.5% and 3.22%, and I think that offer is fair.
Sir?
If I could just say good afternoon, Commissioners Rachel, on behalf of the Office of the City Attorney, just in terms of city housekeeping records, both of the tenants in this case, after the hearing in January of 2019, they received their BTR, their certificate of use permits in March of 2019. So a few months later, they did do that. They did not, however, obtain their BTRs, and that's why the lien continued to run.
Can I give a little
Commissioner Cabela?
Can I give a little background?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure.
No problem. I agreed.
That's right.
Sir? Sir?
Yeah, just a little background on the BTR issue. So this owner, this tenant, had 2 bays with my client to store his, luxury vehicles. The issue is that he lives still in Brazil, meaning the tenant. So we were assisting them once we got the violations, assisting them. We give them contact information for an expediter and things of that nature. We weren't aware that when we acquired this property also, we acquired it with this tenant in place, with CUs already in place as part of the due diligence materials that we received. So it was news to us that I guess they didn't pay the renewals. So once the expediter got involved, the reason why the BTR didn't go through, as the way I've explained, is that the tenant entity with the Secretary of State had lapsed. They didn't pay their annual administrative fees or annual reports. So because of that, they weren't able to pay for the BTR and get the BTR resolved during that time. Needless to say, it took us a while to get rid of this tenant, but this tenant is no longer at the property.
Commissioner Gabella?
So you're recommending the $10,000?
I think the 10,000
All right, so
reach is fair.
nobody has a problem with that. I motion for the 10. Does anybody want
Second?
to talk?
Second.
For each.
It's for each, so it's
For
a total
each.
of 20.
20,000.
Total 20.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. As amended.
That's amended.
RE6 passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, let's,
The will of this commission, we have in play now RE7 that was pulled for discussion. Do we want to take that up now?
Yeah, I requested to pull it for discussion only because it says emergency purchase, and I think the purchase happened sometime around June, or at least the RFPs. But this was well known since January. I mean, it was covered in a Herald article. Miguel Ferro was quoted in that article. So I don't see how we can say that this is an emergency purchase with no bid.
Mr. City Manager?
Annie will walk you through the timeline with regards to the process by which we engaged potential vendors and the lack of responses and all that.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Annie Perez, Director of Procurement.
Good afternoon.
So, Commissioner Pardo is correct. On June, we issued 2 invitations for quotations for the lighting equipment. One on June 15th, we didn't get any responses Then we issued the second one June 23rd. This is of our specialty trades pool. And when we asked the vendors why they didn't respond, they said that it was because the timeline, the Celia Cruz and the Tower Theater were going to open on July 14th. So we needed to have that, that lighting done in place for that. So I do want to mention that, if my recollection is correct, that one of the issues was when the Celia Cruz exhibit folks came to start, and they started setting up the exhibit, that's when they realized that the lighting that was currently there at the theater wasn't adequate. So that was one of the issues.
Commissioner Pardo, is that okay?
No.
I mean, do you need more information or?
Not really. The only other information I had was, does that money all come out of the same budget? So it would be the Tower Theater budget. So we're looking at those purchases coming out of the same place.
I will defer to, Dream is not here. It does, right?
that's a good question.
I mean, Larry can answer it or I can answer. Yeah, it all comes out of the same budget.
All right, so I'm just explaining why I'm voting against.
Yes.
So this is money that was spent that now they're asking the permission to be spent?
No. So, Commissioner, the procurement code has under Section 1890, which is the emergency procurement, it talks about, an emergency up to $25,000, I have the authority to approve. Anything over $25,000, the city manager has to approve.
Yeah, what is this for?
And then
I'm sorry.
Sure.
What's the dollar amount?
It is,
I know
so it's the purchase of cinema lighting and audio visual equipment.
No, but how much?
$113,600.
113K.
Yeah. So under the code, the manager approves it, the purchase is done, and then it comes before the commission for a 4/5 ratification.
Did we get any bid on this? We get any other prices? Did we bid this out?
We did twice. We did June 15th. We issued an invitation for quotation under our specialty trades pool, which has lighting.
Commissioner Pardo had a good question. This is coming out of the Tower Theater budget, or it's coming out of general fund? That is a great question.
Commissioners, when you guys approved the budget, we appropriated this money for this use. So the money was properly appropriated. It was in the account for expenditure. The issue is a procurement process issue. Simple as that. But the money is not new money or unappropriated money. It was appropriated money.
And because we had a short window of time, we just didn't get any bids, so it became effectively a no bid.
Correct. No, well,
Effectively
an emergency.
An emergency.
Because of the timeline to open the Celia Cruz exhibit and the Tower Theater opening at the
Even though there was a record of it being known in January.
No, the transition occurred in January, but the significance of the impact and the condition of the lighting wasn't known until Celia Cruz started to do their build out. And then it was discovered, hey, we have some deficiencies here with regards to the lighting. We need to make repairs and improvements, and that's where this came up.
But it was actually
late.
Actually, it was covered in the article, these two systems, lighting and sound. And it was known, it was said, these systems need to be replaced.
No.
But
What?
the confusion might be is that when Miami-Dade left, they took a lot of equipment that the city does not believe was theirs to take. For instance, when we gave them the lease in the theater, there were the projectors that were there. At the same time, they might have bought some additional newer projectors, but we have taken the position that was our money, because the lease was that we wouldn't have to pay them a penny. But in fact, in at least 2 different times that they came before this body, the commission gave them $1 million+ for different repairs there. In addition, beginning, I forgot what year it was, we did something for them that, to my knowledge, we haven't done for anyone else. The surcharge that they're supposed to give the city for tickets, we said, okay, you could keep the surcharge so that you could do repairs and maintenance and so on. So when they left, they took the 2 projectors, they took all kinds of equipment, lightings that were there were missing. One of the most critical areas was that the Tower Theater is computerized. So to get the air condition, to get the lighting system going, it was in a computer. They took the main hardware of the computer, so we had no control over it. There were things that were broken. The floors were all scratched up. You could go see that today, it's still there. The city has a list of all the things that we found that were taken out, that were broken, missing, what have you. So this may be where the confusion might be for you. I don't know what article you're referring to, Mr. Pardo, but that's where the confusion might be. The city cruise didn't come into effect until sometime later after that date, to the best of my recollection. Now, I don't manage it day to day. I don't have the time, leasable these days. But it's only thing I can tell you is not just the Celia Cruz exhibit, but the Tower Theater as a whole has had a success that it's never had since it's open. Between theater and activities that we have there, whether documentaries that are placed, different activities for the public. The place is usually packed on weekends. So that's the best of what I can say to you. The records that I'm talking about, the city has them, and you're free to look at them if you so wish.
Do I have a motion to pass this item? Do I have a motion for the item?
There's a motion.
Do I have a second? Okay, so I see that I may not achieve this 4/5 vote that we need. Ms. Perez, can you come back to the podium, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the issue with the lighting, you went out to bid twice. You didn't get any bidders. Then when we were installing the Celia Cruz exhibit, it was identified that there was an issue and we needed to correct it. Correct?
Right. Well, I believe that the Celia Cruz exhibit when they started installing it, because they installed
Yes,
it
that's what I'm
before,
saying.
that's when they
was
determined
identified.
that it was inadequate, the
And
lighting.
the money
and then
that-
we issued the
Right. The money that was spent was allocated in the budget for this project.
Yes.
Okay, so it was an emergency, it was budgeted funds, and the people have provided the service but have not yet gotten paid.
No. So we have, this transaction has been consummated. It's done. The equipment has been purchased, installed. It was appropriated funds. So from a procurement standpoint, procedurally, we have to obtain this approval because it's a ratification.
And if we don't obtain the
Then-
approval because it's a ratification, because the vendor has already been paid,
Mhm.
what
happens? I just denote it as a unauthorized transaction in our financial statements, which, for the record, has never happened.
For the record?
Has not happened in my 20 years in.
So, for my colleagues who have hesitancy or will not approve this, can you explain your issue? Because I don't, just explain your issue.
And before, I just wanted you to know that this is perfectly legitimate pursuant to our procurement code. This is allowed to do this process based on what occurred and then bring it to the commission. This happens with hurricanes. It happens with when the AC breaks and you can't get somebody there on time. This is it's a tool, a procurement tool, which is codified. I just in case you have any concerns with that, it's a process that is not codified. This is codified exactly this way.
Sure. My issue is that obviously I'm familiar with the theater, so I read when articles come out about it, and I'm familiar with the systems that we're talking about here. And when Miami-Dade College left, and if they'd stripped out all the equipment, and the person running it says that they're missing lighting and sound in January, I don't understand how this is an emergency item in June. So in good conscience, I can't condone that kind of behavior. So in my case, I'm not willing to support the item. And I believe it should be an audit finding.
Madam Chair, in order
Commissioner Reyes?
clarify this, this lighting, and it is needed for the theater to operate. Yes or no?
Yes.
It is imminent that we get this.
It's already there.
It's already there. Okay. We already purchased this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we don't, if we don't vote in favor of this, then what happened to the items that they are already there?
They've been, I just said it, we'll just denote it as a unauthorized purchase. That's it.
An unauthorized purchase.
Yes.
What happens when there is an authorized purchase?
We have a requirement to disclose it to the city commission. We're doing so right now.
After the fact.
Yes.
After the fact. But now we are in a predicament that if we don't pay for it,
we've paid
It's
for
already
it.
been paid.
No, we already pay for it.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we don't vote in favor of that payment, what happens?
My real answer is nothing. I have to disclose it to the commission, which we've done.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't happen, and I hope that never happens again.
Well, Commissioner, and the city attorney just said it. This happens from time to time.
Okay.
Where we have to, the city manager is here to operate the business.
Yes.
And we can't always bring an item to commission, in a timely manner. So we have this tool, it's emergency purchase, when we need it. In my 20-something years, every single commissioner's office, every department has had some moment where we've had to exercise this. And I hate to say it this way, still an approval, but it's perfunctory in nature, in my opinion. At the end of the day, we're not going to be unjustly enriched with a free set of lighting. We paid for it. We did our best to procure it in a certain way, and then we had to go and find a vendor who could supply it. That's it. We exercised every step. We took every measure. We followed procedure.
And I think critical to this, through the chair, is that it was budgeted. So it's not like we're taking on an expense that was not budgeted, wasn't included in the budget. The issue ultimately is timing and process.
Yeah.
I understand why the commissioner is uncomfortable, but what I think we need to kind of put into perspective is from mid to end January to when we uncovered it was necessary to do this wasn't a lot of time. And so in terms of the actual show, right? Because the show brought a lot of additional needs that I think weren't anticipated. That's the only way I can. I mean, time for us is, unfortunately, from a procurement standpoint, you can blink and you snapped off 6 months in procurement just because process is process. I think everybody and Commissioner Reyes can certainly attest to that, because we run into all kinds of issues from a procurement standpoint, from a timing perspective, right? So, look, I understand the heartburn. We're trying to explain it as best we can. There wasn't anything nefarious to this other than timing was bad, and quite frankly, from a financial impact, it has none because we budgeted for it.
I think
Commissioner,
Whenever he's done.
Commissioner Gabella asked to speak next.
No, my thoughts are, this is why we get into trouble here.
Commissioner Gabella, pull your mic.
Yeah,
Pull your mic.
Sorry. Okay, so not to get into, protracted debate, I already heard what happened, but this is the problem why there exists a problem. Because if you have, something on the books that says anything over $25,000, for example, must be approved by this commission, then why can't we simply follow the rules, people? Is what and I already heard it was an emergency. It was an emergency. I got an emergency. On December the 27th, I asked the city attorney, through my chief of staff, that I wanted outside counsel, okay? And she, I believe you said that I didn't need outside counsel, and therefore I was not provided outside counsel. And I wanted outside counsel because, with all due respect, I don't trust the city attorney when it has to do with me and serve me as the commissioner, as she does other commissioners. But I'm making this, and I don't want to get into an argument here. The point is, I stayed without city council because I didn't go and then say, I spent the money, and then here, and I know this is different. We're comparing apples to oranges, but this thing has to stop. You know what I mean? Either we follow the rules or we don't follow the rules. Either we follow the rules across the board or we don't. But it can't be this thing where, that this happened and, So I'm going to be voting no, just for the record, on my part. And I respect everybody else's decision.
Commissioner Crowell, and then back to Commissioner Pardo. Did you want to say something,
Yes,
Commissioner Reyes?
I do.
No, I'm trying to.
I was trying to recollect to put some of this more in perspective. To the best of my recollection, I don't think we had staff until much after January. But the records could be checked in the city when we hire staff there. So I think that was also part of the problem, that we hadn't had the staff that was hired yet as we were trying to put this together. But look, I will take full responsibility for whatever staff did there in the best interest of this city. The lighting has helped tremendously in bringing not just the Celia Cruz exhibit, but many other activities that we have had there. If you like, the lady that's laughing in the audience that would like to take it over, she could send another request to the state attorney's office to find out how many relatives of mine were given a contract or any of this other crap that's been going on for years. But what's going on there is that we're trying to do things as quickly as possible within reason to have gotten the Tower Theater moving so it could be opened up to the public in many, many ways. And the facts of what we have speak for themselves. The place is getting more used than ever before. In fact, I dare to say easily that in the short time that the Tower Theater has been opening in, we've had more people there, probably than the whole 4 years before the city took it over again.
I'm sure.
But it's more work for me, guys. Whatever this
Commissioner
position
Reyes,
would like
I
to do.
think Commissioner Pardo wanted to say something, and then I'll recognize you.
I just wanted to say the discomfort here is with the idea that an emergency purchase is perfunctory. So I think what we're trying to say is if it's an emergency purchase, let's really solidify that it's an emergency
He
purchase.
didn't say that the emergency purchase was perfunctory. What they are doing now is perfunctory because the vendor was hired, the lighting was installed, and the vendor was paid. What is perfunctory is that they're coming before us to get our retroactive approval for what was done. It's clear that that's not going to happen, so I'd like to call the question.
Chair, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I have a motion. There's a second. All in favor?
Chair, who's the second?
I'm the second.
Okay.
Before I vote, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you my opinion on this.
Okay.
I believe that if there is a process, and we have not found any other vendors that we should be informed that this expenditure is going to take place. Now, we were not, and I don't agree with that. The problem is that our vote, yes or no, it is moot. This has been paid. This has been paid. The equipment is going to stay there, you see. But if I vote for this, I mean, I cannot condone that we make purchases of that magnitude, and then we are informed after the fact. You see, I believe that we have to go through the process, and since this does not have any bearing on the equipment is going to remain there. Anyways, is that right?
Well, I want to make 2 points. Yes, there's no bearing on the equipment, and 2, we follow the procedure that's codified.
Fine, but what I'm saying is it is codified, but
no, we follow the procedure.
You follow the procedure, but we were not informed.
That was not the procedure. If we want to change the procedure,
I would like to change the procedure.
We can do that, but let's take
That's right.
this. Let's take this up now.
Because
Actually, we are following the procedure because it calls for ratification. Yes.
Right.
Yes, but Larry, what I'm saying is we shouldn't be informed after the fact. We should be informed that the action is going to be you're going to take action.
I can appreciate that, and I'm gonna say one thing to that. These things happen.
I know.
Sometimes it's a water leak or something else.
Yes.
If you're telling me you want to be informed simultaneous to GSA, that's the manager's call. How we
Yes,
feel that.
I know that.
I just want to give you.
I know that we
context
can
to-
make this very cumbersome,
Right.
and it's going to take a lot of time. I have in mind the jobs that I have in drainage or projects in the street and all that we have to spend money, immediately in order to fix or cure the problem that we have that is.
We've gone through it.
That's right. I know that. But what I want to know, what I want to tell you this, an effort has to be made. An effort has to be made that we are informed as fast as we can.
Okay.
Okay? As fast as we can. You see? Now, voting yes or no, it is moot. You see?
It's not moot because then they would be in further compliance once we have.
Yes. What I'm saying,
right.
those don't mean
It won't have any
bearing.
The vendor is paid, and that
the
would have
vendor
been
is
my
paying.
concern.
The equipment is there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, but let's for the record address this item as we are supposed to. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Nay. I'm no.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Thank you.
3-2. The item fails for lack of a 4/5 vote.
Yes.
We let's take up RE 20, the direction to propose amendment, campaign finance reform, exactly what the reform is.
Madam, why don't we take RE 13 and 14? I think that there was an agreement with the city manager.
Okay.
Art,
Mr. City Manager, RE 13 and 14,
there is,
is there an agreement?
Well, no, we're in agreement that we're going to come
we're
back
gonna
in
go
2 weeks and
13,
present a plan.
14, and 15.
And present a plan, so.
okay,
So does that
On
mean?
15, that's 50.
that's
what we're talking about.
15.
Yeah,
I mean, RE 15, there is an agreement on the time.
No, we're going to come back on the
Come back
25th
in-
and present an actual full plan.
Or
to
you're going to
execute-
present
to
So
execute
are we
the
today?
audit.
When is that going to take place? Today?
No, that's what the item says.
Repeat that, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Is that going to take place today?
No, he said in 2 weeks, so.
We'll bring it back at the next, our,
So
at
the
the
are
next
we
meeting.
going to defer
Okay.
RE 15 then for
And
2
then we
weeks?
have to defer.
So do I have?
I'm not too happy with deferring it, but
So,
if it is the will of the commission.
so do I
we will
have a
defer.
motion to defer RE 15 to the first meeting in February?
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a
No,
second?
Guys, hold on a second. Read the resolution. It says,
Come back.
come back on the 25th, right, to provide an update to the status of the engagement. That's what I just said. We're going to
Okay,
come
so
back
do
on the
I have a
25th.
motion?
So we're not
You can
gonna-
approve it.
Okay, so do I have a motion to
Yes.
pass RE 15?
That's right. I move to pass.
I'll second.
I got a motion and a second. I had a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Wait, so then that's as is, RE
As
15
is.
as is.
As is.
Now,
As is.
I would like to move into 13 and 14.
So we talked about taking up 13 and 14 with discussion item 7 because I believe discussion item 7 will accomplish what 13 and 14 is trying to.
Madam Chair?
No, ma'am.
I think the discussion item is a longer
That's
term
right.
item, and I think Commissioner Ray is trying to get this on the ballot for 2024, so
Absolutely.
this would need to go now.
It has to go down.
Okay,
So, just quickly, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, on RE 15, and we're having a little slight disagreement on this. For RE 15, I think it's going to have to be as amended because.
as amended.
Because
we
what's-
took the CRAs out and we will take
right.
the CRAs
That's right.
up.
As amended.
Okay, as amended.
CRAs are out.
So I need to do it again?
Wait.
Reconsider.
but- Right, but
Motion to reconsider.
just quickly, it would have to be amending the CRAs and amending the timelines because basically there's timelines in there that we're not going to be able to meet. So what the manager is proposing is to bring it back with the appropriate timeline. So we're going to have to edit the legislation to reflect that, the bringing back with the new timelines and all that.
What I'm saying, for clarity on my end, because I know what my intent was.
What you just said was that all this did was that you were going to come back in 2 weeks, which is why I didn't go through all of the.
Agreed. And the intent was, when we come back in 2 weeks, we'll update the timeline.
That's right.
And
what we'll do it
in
then.
2 weeks, it will not include the CRAs.
Correct.
That's right.
Okay, so that's all we voted on.
That's right. That's all we
Right,
want.
but
Okay,
that's not
so
how it's
that-
So we don't
drafted,
need
so
to vote
that's
again.
why.
No,
right.
so, but all we're doing is bringing it back in 2 weeks,
As is.
as is. And then I guess in 2 weeks, we have to exclude the CRAs.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to bother with that.
Okay.
And we were back to
13 and 14.
13 and 14, and you were saying, because this is a charter amendment.
Yes, and we need to bring it for the voters. And the faster we place this, the faster that we can implement this. It is quite important. You see, just the news came out that the Inspector General that discovered a board member that was misusing funds, and that's what we want to have. That's what we haven't. And we want to have a department that has the power.
And this has to go to the voters.
It has to go to the voters.
Okay.
What I'm asking is to bring this to the voters.
Okay.
And,
We have a motion.
and yes, that's what
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we finish now we're on RE20.
Chair, just for the record, Commissioner Reyes would like to be a co-sponsor for RE20.
Okay.
Yes.
So can someone explain to me exactly what this
Yes.
proposed amendment is?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's a very simple amendment to our charter where any candidate running for office that is given any of his personal funds to his campaign, that he would have to show that he had that money in a personal bank account from 4 months back.
I'm all for that.
And this will prevent anybody trying to circumvent the system by finding different ways of putting into a candidate's personal account monies so it could be said that it came from the candidate and not from another individual or entity.
But that's not preclude, and I'm going to be clear, that's not preclude that you take a loan from your house, like as many people have done.
Well, then that will show if there's a loan.
That will show that there is a loan.
Yeah, but I got a better idea. Why don't we do it to the PACs too?
Well, we cannot touch the PACs. That is federal.
No, the PACs will run through the city. Why don't we do that? If we're going to be,
Do we have PACs in the
But
city?
this is something that's different.
So what's
PACs.
okay?
PACs that could give whatever they want.
Yes, it's a federal.
So it's
Yeah, but they'd have to show where it came from. You're worried about where it came from.
but
You once made an accusation of me that when I lent my money, and by the way, I can prove where my money came from, Mr. Carrillo, but you made that
Mr. Gabel,
accusation.
I'm not saying
But let's just
anything
do it
about your
for
money.
the PACs, and it's going to be better that way, because that way, the guy that gives to the PAC, okay, we can see where that money came from. So, I'd be willing, if you're willing to do it for the PAC, I'm all for it. If you're only willing to do it for this, I'm a no.
I don't see how you.
The PACs doesn't have loans.
Yeah, exactly. The PACs are. You could give whatever amount of monies you want from the PAC. That's what PACs are from.
That's
Right, but you can see where it's coming from. And
Well, you do. You put down who gave it.
But this is not retroactive.
No, this is not
Madam Chair.
retroactive. You cannot have anything like this retroactive. This
That's
going
right. No,
forward.
what I'm trying
Yeah.
to explain some. It is not retroactive. It's not after anything. You see,
No,
you have to
make it
disclose
retroactive. I got nothing to hide. Make it
even you have to disclose even when you place a bond. You see, that was a state law that you place federal. You place a bond, you are arrested, and you are bonded out. You have to prove where the money comes from. You see, that's because of RICO.
Commissioner Pardo?
Yeah, I'm just really trying to understand this because from my perspective, there's the $1,000 limit. If you go above 1,000, it goes to a PAC, correct?
No.
Well, let me just finish.
Okay.
To give a large amount of money to a person makes absolutely no sense. Number one, the person can take your money and not use it for the campaign. Number two, it could count as taxable income to that person if given by a company. Number three, it could change the gift tax implications for the person giving that money. So I don't really understand, is there a precedent? Have we found this to be a problem? Because I agree with Commissioner Gabella in that the PACs, where you don't really know to the same degree and monies are used, present more of a problem. And I'm all for, full disclosure. Absolutely.
My city attorney, I'm sorry, my city attorney, is this legal here?
Yes, it's legal. It's just added paperwork. You're just filing a paperwork with Todd, our city clerk, and advising where the money came from.
With respect to loans.
Yes.
But it also requires an aging of 4 months prior to the loan, which means that if you got a bonus, if you got a gift from a family member, if for whatever reason you received a lump sum.
Then you will disclose that. It would be.
You will disclose it.
It will be
Say, I got a
disclosed.
fund.
But the aging requirement just requires disclosure.
The only thing that requires is disclosure where the money comes from.
Yeah.
That's it.
Pull it 4 months back, where the money came from.
Pero when I
look,
was this rule in place when you ran?
Excuse me?
Was this rule in place when you ran?
Of course.
I don't think I've given
How come you wanna make it now?
myself,
Of course it was.
I don't think I've ever given myself
No,
more
I've given
than-
myself money, I'll tell you that,
Well,
but I can prove
I don't
where
know
my
what
money
you're
came
giving
from.
yourself or not, Mr. Gabella.
Yeah.
And this
So-
doesn't apply
No, I
to your
don't think so.
elections.
Okay.
Well,
It doesn't
and listen-
apply to any past elections. It applies.
Moving
it's a
Claro,
forward,
of course it
it's,
was
it's,
applied to any past
okay.
The federal government, the federal candidates, they have the same
So,
regulations.
so, we have RE 20 before us. I would think all of us would be excited about this because politicians and corruptions. Do I have a motion? Do I have a
motion.
second?
Move it.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
I'll vote against. I don't understand it unless we defer it.
I don't understand a lot of stuff that happens up here.
Well,
Aye. Motion carries 3-2. We are on,
people wanted transparency. I'm trying to help.
we are on,
That was RE 20, right?
that was
just,
RE 20.
RE20.
RE 20.
Okay. Do we want to take the second reading items up now?
Which ones?
Does anyone have, we only have 2 second reading items. Does any of my colleagues want to pull any of the second reading items? Anybody?
Second reading, okay.
SR1 or
SR1,
SR2?
2. I don't believe so, but
I'd just like
Commissioner?
to like discussion on SR1, that's all.
You'd like to have some discussion on?
Just a little bit,
Oh, that's
just to
fine.
know what.
That's fine.
What's,
SR2, Mr. Pardo might want to put his name there or not. I don't know, because it's got your predecessor's name.
That's fine.
Okay, so anyone here from staff that can answer Commissioner Gabella's questions?
by the way, was this the one with the fireman, having to do with the fireman? This is, never mind.
It's
Is it the
just-
same one? Okay, never mind, I got it.
Got it?
All right.
Okay.
I remember the explanation.
And then for SR2, this item had to do with the ghost kitchens.
Right.
Did
Yeah,
you
Reeve.
want to go forward with
Yes,
the
we
ghost?
do.
Okay.
We do want to go forward.
So is there any staff here to discuss SR2?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, this is the pilot kitchens.
Yes, and
That,
it's
you
two.
know how I always been
Yes.
against it because I consider it to be unfair competition. It goes totally against the brick and mortar and all the restaurants because you can have a restaurant from whatever it is, from Timbuktu, that provide the recipe, you see, and they can duplicate it and be competing with the restaurants that are established in the area. So I always voted no, and just wanted to tell you that I voted no. I'm gonna
So what I'd like to do is take one at a time,
Sure.
because we're not going to have unanimous on the second one. So all in favor of SR1, do I have a motion?
Motion.
A second?
An ordinance of,
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam City Attorney, would you please read both of the titles into the record?
thank you, Madam Chair. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 40, Article 1, Section 40-1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Personnel in General, Registration and Fingerprinting Generally by creating new subsection 40-1E, providing authorization for state and national criminal record checks to be conducted by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Federal Bureau of Investigations for all persons applying for or continuing employment or appointment in the city of Miami for the position of firefighter pursuant to Section 166.0442 Florida statutes containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Did you read SR2?
SR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 31, Article 2, Section 31-51 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Local Business Tax and Miscellaneous Business Regulations, Local Business Tax, BTR, Food Trucks Operating on Private Land, to provide for a permanent food truck ordinance containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
There's a motion, and I second it.
For SR1. But did you finish SR2? Did you read up both types?
She just read SR2.
So I have a motion and a second for SR1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. With SR2, are there any
No,
of
she
these?
read SR2.
No. I have a question on it.
Oh, sorry.
Are any of these reef kitchens in District 5? I understand that.
We're trying to get confirmation on how many there are actually in existence today. There may be only one or two. This was initiated really kind of as a COVID-related sort of need. I'm not sure how much demand there is for it now, but so you can intelligently vote on this, I want to make sure we have an answer here.
Commissioner Pardo?
Yes, I think I can add some color. I went and I toured the facilities, and really this is a complementary to the traditional brick and mortar. The folks that go to this, you're talking about a heavily urban area, younger folks that are in vertical communities that are just dropping by to pick up food, like from a Sergio's, an extension of a Sergio, or an extension of these other restaurants, which are literally operating in almost the size of a standard trailer truck type of thing. And they've done extremely well. This was originally a pilot program, and now we're moving it from pilot to permanent so that we can actually grow it where it makes sense. So it kind of filled the niche originally during COVID, but that niche has panned out. And our staff went, we toured the properties, we were very excited to see what they were doing, and we think they have a really good idea.
Well, I respectfully differ from you. I believe that it is unfair competition because it's a food truck. That's what it is. A food truck that is cooking they are cooking same products that one of those brick and mortars restaurants are cooking, but from a different, let's say that it is Italian. Any Italian restaurant will come and provide them with a recipe, and they can offer the same product that a brick and mortar restaurant is offering from a food truck.
But
that is my objection, and that's why I've always been against it.
But the actual brick and mortars are supporting this. Because
Some are, some are not.
Well, at least the ones that are in this program. And just another brief point, a point of clarification. It's really not a truck. It can't move anywhere.
I know, but
okay, they're permanently.
Basically, it's a stationary food truck. You see, basically that's what it is.
So,
I'm sorry, but I am very consistent. This has been my objection all along before even you thought about running.
Totally respected.
Okay, and I keep on. I'm going to keep my vote, which is going to be negative.
So for clarification, staff, the reef kitchens are actually an extension of a brick and mortar operation. For example, Cheesecake Factory. So if we order online Cheesecake Factory, and it's Cheesecake Factory in Aventura, and I'm here in Upper East Side, Reef Kitchen could satisfy that order, and it would come to me faster.
So the intent is that the Ghost Kitchen contracts with a brick and mortar restaurant in a limited menu, because obviously you don't have the capacity.
Right.
I mean, you use Cheesecake Factory, which has the biggest menu on the planet, right? So it's very limited in terms of what they could actually deliver. But the idea was, it would be impossible for you to have a delivery from the Cheesecake Factory near me, right? Because it's too far. But because they have the limited menu and an option, you could order Cheesecake Factory and it would be delivered to you.
So these are not like new establishments trying to sell food from this.
No, they are
A homestead operation could, which was a question that Commissioner Reyes had in the past, a homestead outfit can contract with the Reef Kitchen and
But they can't
prepare stuff there.
And compete with the established brick and mortar that is in the area.
No, they can't retail. That's the thing. They can't retail.
They're only taking
My
orders.
understanding was that they can't retail from there. In other words, I can't go there and say I want, Cheesecake Factory, whatever.
No, they're mobile app
They're a
based,
mobile app,
but
but
it's like
right,
a
but-
homestead mom and pop restaurant can contract with them and
But it has to
sell
be
out
an
of it.
existing
That's
restaurant.
not who's in there. They don't have mom and pop restaurants from Homestead. These are only in D2. They're none in D5 or anywhere else in this pilot program. So I mean, I think.
But the program can expand, and what I'm trying to get out is that it is existing restaurants that can contract with, and they're selling from the existing menu. It's not a restaurant that's not in existence right now that can just come up and say, I want to have this Reef Ghost Kitchen, whatever we're calling it.
I can't go and
Okay.
order from that kitchen.
No.
That's the point. I cannot
You
walk
have
up
to go
that
to the mobile
kitchen
app.
and say, give me a number one. Okay, I can't do that.
No,
Yes, on the app.
Yeah, you
Yes.
order from it, but yeah, I know what you don't
No,
walk
on the
up.
app
There's no
you don't,
walk up
but
service.
I can't walk
Right.
up to it. and
There's
say,
no
hey,
walk up service. That's
Okay.
what
But you can order the same type of food,
Oh, yeah, you can order from the
the
app.
same type of food that somebody is producing
More limited.
in the restaurant. You see, I mean, you can, and that's what the competition comes from. You see, you can order the same Italian or whatever, Mexican, Cuban, whatever it is, Japanese. They can, a Japanese restaurant that is in Hollywood can contract with that kitchen and sell that their recipe or their food, and it could compete with another Japanese restaurant that is there. And that is my objection.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
Okay.
Sorry, so for the record, is that 3-2?
3-2.
3-2.
Do we have Mr. City? Oh, first reading items. Madam City Attorney, could you please read in for the record FR1?
Yes, Madam Chair, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 4 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended titled Alcoholic Beverages and Chapter 36 of the City Code titled Noise to provide for City Commission authority to waive certain restrictions containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
Do I have a motion for discussion?
I have a motion for discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
And would you,
I would like a little more clarification on this.
you'd like,
I would like to clarify this.
Okay.
Somebody to come and clarify it and see how this could affect my district and the rest of the district to that effect.
so this item, do we have anybody from staff here? Where's staff?
This is about noise.
It's actually about giving the commission the authority to have exceptions.
Exceptions.
So this used to, I'll help until someone
Where
comes
is
out.
staff?
Robert will be back up. He went left and went back.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Madam Chairwoman.
Good afternoon.
FR1.
Sorry, I might need a Snickers.
Apologies, 'cause I,
No, sorry, that's me. I
Okay.
might need a Snickers. It was
Okay.
me.
so, I apologize. What, is there a question?
Just some information on this item, if you can give us information on the item.
Right. Apologies, since I am clearly not as prepared as I was on the other items.
Well, the reason why you're not as prepared, it came from the District 5 office. So is there a question you have that you want
No,
us to?
I want for my colleagues to
Mr.
get
Reyes,
the
I have
information.
Commissioner Reyes.
And maybe some more of my colleagues might have some, have some questions. I don't want to do it.
I got it. Can you have somebody from law? Because we didn't draft it.
So basically, in the code, before it was previously amended, it allowed for noise waivers and alcohol extensions to come before the commission on special occasions. So these would normally pop up during our season, right? Which is the Art Basel and the Ultra and the winter music festivals and all that, where venues wanted to have extended hours for alcohol sales and noise waivers for the noise ordinance. This used to be in our code. We removed it, and now we're putting back the flexibility.
But it has to come before the commission. The commission has to approve it. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Pardo?
But I believe that's only after midnight, right?
It's for extended, right, for extended
Yes,
hours.
yes.
For alcohol sales and.
Could you define extended hours? It's going to be until 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
That would be part of the request. So it's
Right,
not
it would be
specific in
up
the
to
ordinance. It has to come
whoever's
back to the
requesting it.
commission to make a specific request for a time, whatever that
You see,
extension of time
I mean,
is.
I
So-
know that there are areas that they are more prone to have parties and all of that, and I'm concerned about the neighbors.
No.
How is that going to affect the neighborhoods?
It is,
Or this
gives
is only
you-
only for areas that they are entertaining?
No.
it gives the commission the authority to make an exception for a particular event.
It's
So
just-
you could
it's just-
take that into account.
It's a case by case.
Right.
It's a-
If an event is requesting to go beyond what is allowable, it has to come before
Have to come
us.
before us
Yes,
and
that
approve.
is what this is doing.
So
Currently,
I
there-
motion to,
Yeah, currently
Okay, I don't
that
have a
option
problem.
doesn't even exist.
The option doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So it gives us the option, but it would require the support
I
of
do
the
understand
commission.
now.
I'm asking because obviously in District 2 and with the water and amplification of sound, there's a lot of issues with noise. And I was wondering if there is a mechanism where the city manager can approve on his own these waivers under this.
No,
Not
So
this.
everything comes
Before us.
perfect.
before us. Everything would come before us.
So I motion.
My question is, this can't be open-ended, that this could be approved for a whole year at a time?
No,
2 years?
no.
How many times a year and for how long?
Well, I didn't contemplate, my position is that it's on a case-by-case for an event. I don't know that we have events that go, I guess Art Basel would be the one that's the longest event that the city has.
How long
Right,
is that
so-
for? A
Art
week?
Basel is a week, but on typically case-by-case basis, you might have an event that's a day, 2 days.
Yeah, but Commissioner Carrillo has a good question, and also it could be personal, an institution. He said, okay, come before the commission, and he said, I'm going to have, I want to extend the hours until 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, and then 2 commissions later, they come and ask for the same thing, and they keep on asking.
Then the commission would say no.
That's what
You have the authority to say no, but at this time, you don't have the authority to do
No, we
any
don't have
such
any
thing.
authority
Right,
about that.
you don't. So,
Can we
Motion. Second.
limit this to no more than 1 week at a time?
absolutely, an event
And-
that cannot
Yeah,
go
be
beyond a
more than
week.
1 week at a time,
Mm-hmm.
and limit it to 2-3 times a year max. Would that work? What you're trying to accomplish?
I think all right, let me help a little bit, Madam Chair. Commissioner Carrillo, I think the issue that needs to be, I think, better understood here is that question you have about limiting the number of times and the time period, you're going to get to do that every time one of these requests is made. So the request is going to come to you, and you're going to go, yeah, I don't really like the idea of you giving you a week. I want to give you 3 days. or they may come to you the second or third time, as Commissioner Reyes asked, and you're going to go, well, haven't you already done 2 events here in the last 2 months?
But what I've learned is that you might not be around, some of us might not be around, maybe all of us might not be around in the future, and people seem to forget. Well, I got Shangri-La waiting, so I'm sorry. I can't join you here forever. But, so I don't want to see a situation then it becomes a free-for-all. That's why if we include it in the ordinance, we're protecting this city much more and our residents.
So maybe one entity cannot request this.
No, what
we set the rules.
We set the rules.
Right?
What I would propose is pass it on first reading. For second reading, we'll come back with actual recommendations on what has to be presented to the commission in terms of disclosure. So in other words, when a request comes, we have to give a full accounting of how many events has this property done in the past year.
Why can't we include in here already the limits per year?
Because you may actually have an event that you don't want to be limited by.
Well, yeah, but we could decide that on this commission, that we don't want to decide to do that event. What I'm trying to do is protect the residents of the areas that could be affected the most in this by already setting some ground rules. And that's why I asked her, what's the longest events? How many times a year? So we could be more liberal in what we approve, but still have some rules and guidelines that we have to abide by. We could make it less than that if we think we should.
So I like the idea of staff coming back, because this is first reading, so it's to come back for second reading. So I like the idea to put some parameters on it without us, because I'd like to give that some thought, and I don't want to do it right now, and
So what
I'd
you're
like to be
saying
thoughtful
is,
about it.
What Carlos is saying is that he wants to make it like it would be a temporary thing, always.
well, no, not
It would never be a permanent thing.
No, right. So we won't.
I follow
right,
what-
we won't do
I understand
anything.
what you're saying.
It would be on a case-by-case basis. But I'd
Right,
like
no, I
between
know.
first reading and second reading to come up with some. Think about what you said and come up with some recommendations to bring back on second reading. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, could we please bring it back, the first meeting in February then? Because if not, we have to make all these changes by Monday for
Yes,
January
first-
25th.
First meeting in February is fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any board appointments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. BC 6, Climate Resilience Committee. Commissioner Gabella would be appointing Silvio Pupo to his seat on the CRC, which is the economics category seat.
Madam Chair, I want to nominate Commissioner Pardo for the Omni CRA.
Wait, we're not on that.
We're not on that? We're not on the board?
No, we're on boards and committees.
Oh, committees. I'm sorry.
Okay. So do
I surprised you, man. I'm sorry. It was supposed to be a surprise.
I'm grateful.
do I have a motion for, what did you say, BC6?
BC6.
BC6.
Okay.
Do I have a motion for BC6?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any more board
Yes.
appointments?
BC 11, Community Relations Board. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing Miguel Soliman and Varanya Betty M. Ermita to his seats on the CRB.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
BC 16, Mayor's Council on Global Competitiveness. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing Silvio Pupo to his seat and will also be appointing Varanya Betty M. Ermita to the at-large seat.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
BC 19, Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. Commissioner Gabella will be reappointing Andres Lopez.
Reappointing?
Oh, I'm sorry, appointing.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think you're missing one, Guillermo Revuelta, for the planning and zoning. No, you don't have him there. Okay, then I'll do it next time. I apologize. I thought he was on the list.
Okay.
Good choice.
Thank you.
Great man.
Gentlemen, would you like to take the PZ items up next? And then we go back to the discussion items and the RE items that we haven't taken.
I'm sorry, we're going where?
Would you like to take up the PZ items now?
Now let's finish up with the appointments for boards, appointments or anywhere else that we have to.
Well, okay, because we have all of the discussion items and then that, so,
This should be pretty quick.
well, so that we can get the PZ items out of the way, because I think we can get the PZ items done quickly and then,
Okay. Okay, let's go to PC. We don't have that many, right?
no, we don't have that many. Madam City Attorney, would you please read the titles into the record for the PZ items that are in play that require you to read them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. PZ, I'm checking my list, 1 second.
PZ 3,
That one's an appeal. PZ 4 is a special appearance. PZ 5 is the first ordinance I could read. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan of the City of Miami pursuant to expedited state review procedures under section 163-3184-3 Florida statutes by amending the interpretation of the 2020 future land use map for major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to clarify residential uses within this future land use designation, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. The next one is PZ 8. PZ 8, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended specifically by amending Article 1 titled Definitions to add new definitions, amending Article 3 titled General to Zones, and Article 5 titled Specific to Zones to clarify and amend the waiver process and associated standards relating to setbacks for irregular lots, dominant setbacks, preservation of natural features, extensions above maximum height, encroachment of mechanical equipment, adjustments to building spacing and to setbacks above the 8th floor, adjustments to building disposition in civic institutional CI transit zones, industrial uses requiring additional height, and building floor plate dimensional standards, and amending Article 7 titled Procedures and Nonconformities to update the waivers summary list, making findings containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ 9, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended specifically by amending Article 5, Section 5.5.2.5, titled Specifics to Zones, Urban Center, Transit Zones, T5 Building Configuration, T5 to allow for fences and walls in the first layer for uses that solely serve the needs of neighborhood children and are affiliated with an abutting approved rescue mission, and amending Article 10, Section 10.3.7, titled Special Sign Package to provide for a special sign package for buildings that solely serve the needs of neighborhood children and are affiliated with an abutting approved rescue mission, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. There was a substitution memo and there was a little typo on the date of the transmission document that will amend. And then PZ 10, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 3 titled General to Zones, Section 3 Point 14, titled Public Benefits Program, and Article 5, titled Specific to Zones, and illustration 5.5, titled General Urban Transit Zones to allow bonus building height in certain opportunity zones within the T5 Urban Center Transit Zone in exchange for certain public benefits, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. And Madam Chair, if I could just look 1 second to see if there's any other amendments. Do you have any, Todd?
For PZ9, it also needs to be amended to include additional linkage recommended by PZAB pursuant to the substitution memo.
Perfect. And then was there something that needed to be modified between first and second reading for PZ10 that we wanted to mention? Apparently, the attachment of noticing for January 11, 2024 needs to be corrected to proof of noticing for January 11, 2024. So we'll amend that between first and second. And I think we got everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. PZ3, do I have a motion?
PC?
Motion for discussion?
Yes.
I'll make it.
I have a motion for discussion for PZ3. Is there anyone here that wish to be heard on behalf of PZ3? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Amanda Quirkham with offices at 1395 Brickell Avenue, Suite 800, outside counsel on behalf of the City of Miami. Do you want me to proceed, or
Please, go ahead.
I have a very short PowerPoint presentation, but it is instructive. If we can watch it quickly. I hope he puts it up. This is an appeal of the placement of recreational equipment in Maurice Ferre Park. It is approximately 3,200 square feet of exercise equipment.
Your video's not coming up.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you put the video up, please? Communications? Okay. The procedural history is that Planning and Zoning did issue the warrant for the placement of the exercise equipment. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Okay. The procedural history here is that this is placement of recreational equipment in a CS zone. It does require a warrant under the current version of Miami 21. Bayfront Park Management Trust applied for the warrant. The warrant is evaluated specifically with regard to the criteria set forth in 7.1.2.4 subsection D. It is, you have to look just at the compliance with Miami 21, the intent of Miami 21, and the compliance with the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan. This is a graphic that was shown at the PZAB, which outlines the footprint of the exercise equipment. And you can see it's a very small footprint. I want to show you a very quick video that puts this into perspective for you. Is it on? It's not going. Well, the video is not coming on. But
hold on.
The
IT is coming. IT is coming.
Okay. This video was made by the Bayfront Park Management Trust, and it just shows you that this is a very small footprint in the open spaces in Maurice Ferre. The blue is the little graphic showing where the exercise equipment is on the site plan. This is a graphic of the proposed exercise equipment. It's actually been installed at this time. There is a fence around it. It has not been opened. When the warrant was appealed, the fence was put up. So if this appeal is granted, the exercise equipment will be available for public use beginning as early as tomorrow.
Will be available. If the appeal is granted.
If the appeal is granted,
the exercise equipment will be available.
it will be available.
Okay.
The warrant review criteria set forth in Miami 21, like I said, it's compliance with Miami 21, the intent of the transit, the guiding principles of Miami 21, and Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan. We're also looking at Article 4, Table 12. I won't go through all this criteria in detail unless you have questions, but Planning and Zoning staff has submitted a thorough staff report finding that the criteria of Miami 21 has been complied with. All the information required for the issuance of the warrant has been submitted. The guiding principles of Miami 21 require recreational facilities and open space to be located within close proximity and walking distance to a number of residents. A range of open space, including parks, squares, and playgrounds, should be distributed within neighborhoods and urban centers. A diversity of land use should be provided in close proximity to the residents. Article 4, Table 12. Pertinent criteria are ensuring transitions of density, intensity, and height in the neighborhood context and calibrating density, intensity, and uses. The Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan has specific goals in the parks element based on access to parks, recreation, and open space, making facilities accessible to handicapped persons. The warrant was issued with conditions regarding 2 trees, that no ground disturbing activity would be done within 20 feet of one tree and 16 feet of another. Otherwise, the warrant was granted. The 900 Biscayne did appeal. Their basis for appeal was that the development will not increase the appeal or enhance for a park, which is a subjective standard. The second appeal basis was related to the park's master plans. However, the park's master plans do suggest exercise equipment as an amenity for community parks. They also propose to provide active recreation in the downtown area. So this is, if you look at the site plan on the left, the blue area is where the recreational equipment is. If you take out the museums out of Maurice Ferre Park, it works out to be about 0.4% of the open space. So the proposed exercise equipment limits the footprint to the necessary amount to fulfill the purpose and adds recreational use. It does not obstruct the waterfront views. It is not on the water. It is under trees. When you look at the aerial, you can barely even see it. The notice was provided, so there's no allegation that the notice provisions of the warrant were not complied with. In Miami 21, you issue a warrant, and you issue the notice for the warrant to the neighborhood associations and the abutting property owners, and then you can't issue the warrant for 30 days. So the notice was complied with because the warrant was issued about 99 days after the notice was, the warrant was issued 99 days after the notice. So we're respectfully requesting, this is an appeal on behalf of the city manager, Mr. Art Noriega, and also the Bayfront Park Trust manager, Miguel Ferro, where we're requesting a motion to approve the appeal and uphold the warrant. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay. I'm sorry. Do any of my colleagues have a question for Ms. Hand, or would we like to see the next presentation first?
Let's hear what.
Okay.
Can I ask just one quick question of her? And I want to get this in the record and be very clear. Did the Bayfront Park Trust comply with all that it needed to comply with and going forward?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Also, I want to put for the record, you said it, the exercise equipment does comply with the park's master plan.
Yeah, the 2023 Parks Master Plan contemplates this type of recreational equipment in the parks. Yes.
Okay. Sir?
Thank you. I'm Brian Kern, Vice President of the 900 Biscayne Bay Homeowners Association. Co-appellate with Steve Smith, who can't be here today. I guess to kick things off, we had a lot of online comments. I don't know if we're able to read those into the record or if you guys have had a chance to review them, but I think it's important that we consider them. Are we able to do that first?
We have them.
Great. Then let's kick it off. We're here today asking the city to give its residents a say as to what goes on on its parks. This isn't just about an outdoor gym. This is about the numerous projects that Bayfront Park Management Trust, under the direction of Commissioner Carollo, have planned for MAF Park. These plans stand to change the very nature of the park as one of Miami's few green spaces. The rendering you guys see on the screen there illustrates just a few of the already built and future projects in the park's budget. A soccer field, pickleball courts, water park feature, expanded parking area, the dog park. To the best of my knowledge, no one has asked for the things he has planned. There's been no public outreach whatsoever. The trust really hasn't reached out to the community to engage them. The trust meetings themselves are held in such a way that it's impractical for the public to attend. Oops. Sorry. I can point to the last two meetings as examples. No agenda was posted prior to the December 13th meeting, still remains absent from the website. Despite repeated calls to the trust office ahead of that meeting, no agenda was furnished until well after the posted start time. I'll also note those meetings tend to start at least an hour late. So last meeting they had earlier this week, the agenda wasn't posted until after the meeting took place. Seems like the sunshine laws don't really apply to the Bayfront Park Trust. So we're asking the council to uphold the decision of the PZAB, reversing the decision of the planning director and denying the approval of a warrant for the construction of a gym in MAF Park. We have two distinct and independent arguments for why the decision of the planning director should be reversed. Either of these arguments should be sufficient on their own to uphold the denial of this warrant. I'm going to give you guys a little background on the property. As you've probably seen across various news outlets, the park's been mired in negative press due to mismanagement by the trust that operates it. Here's just a list of a few examples of recent mismanagement. The first picture on the left is from last week in the dog park. I received a similar photo the next day, still hadn't been attended to.
Madam Chairwoman, may I make an objection, please?
You may.
I'd like to put an objection on the record that the appeal that we're here today on is for a warrant for the approval of exercise equipment in Maurice Ferré Park. It has nothing to do with any of these items.
Sir, please stick to the issue at hand.
Sure. May I skip ahead here? All right, so we've got MAF Park, often described as the crown jewel of the Miami park system. In 2007 and 2008, at great expense to the city taxpayers, an award-winning master plan for a future park was created, led by the design firm of Cooper Robertson in New York. This commission approved that master plan on March 13th of 2008. This is a rendering of what that master plan looks like. The park closed for construction in 10, reopened in 13 and 14. While budget cutbacks meant that the full master plan was not implemented at the time the park reopened, a slimmed-down version of that design was delivered based on the idea that the master plan vision would be finished in the future when funding was available. That master plan, approved in 2008, is still the legally guiding principle that governs development in MAF Park. Here are just a few more renderings of what that park should look like. This is from the east. So in the documents that were presented to the commission and approved in 2008, it's worth noting that the area where the outdoor gym at issue in this warrant is being proposed was clearly marked as a marquee element named Las Colinas. This, an alternative design foresaw this area as a hilly area of open fields. The red star on the screen there is what we're talking about. A little more detail. Here's an early rendering. So an alternative value engineered proposal foresaw this area as a hilly open space that would transition into the gardens at the south of the park. Vision boards in the approved final documents show an area designed for passive recreation and unstructured play. And that's a key point. This is a passive park. It has been since it reopened. Nothing in the master plan suggests that an outdoor gym would fit the character of this area. Here's a rendering of the alternative design. So these planning documents are not just aspirational. Ferré Park is special, not just because it holds a special place in our hearts, but because the commission has a legally approved plans for what it should look like. And while it's not reasonable to expect every single blade of grass to match the drawings, The city can't just blatantly deviate from that master plan. And at the very least, the planning director cannot approve plans that conflict with the master plan or make its ultimate execution impossible. So here's our first argument. The conditional approval of the warrant was issued improperly, in part due to the planning director's incomplete interpretation of the goals set forth in the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Master Plan, as well as other guiding documents. Here's what the code says. The review shall consider the guiding principles of the Miami 21 Code. Not one or two principles, not the planning department's favorite principles, the principles, which implies all of them. In practice, the analysis from the city staff, in this case, followed these parameters, but only very superficially and in an incomplete manner that looked at certain standards of the MCNP, but not others. This is their analysis on the screen now. So we argue that the planning department conducted its analysis in a way that was incomplete. Specifically, we argue that the planning department only verified that the application met 3 of the standards in the MCNP and ignored the fact that the warrant application violated at least 2 provisions of the 2023 Parks Master Plan, 12 provisions of the MCNP, blatantly violated the Museum Park Master Plan. I've got the full list here, and I can enter that into the record if you guys want to review it carefully. These next 4 slides provide an overview of the 15 violations we found in these documents. Some are blatant, some are a little more subjective, but I think taken in whole, they really illustrate the planning department's error. Out of respect for your time, I'll highlight just a few. I don't need to read all of them. You guys can do that. Many of the violations center around an obligation of the city and Bayfront Park Trust to conduct surveys and solicit public feedback before making material changes to the park. I can't say this more clearly. The trust has conducted 0 public outreach. So of these 4, the last is particularly noteworthy. PR 5.1.2 states that priority in park development must be given to meeting existing deficiencies before constructing new facilities. Bray Park is deficient in terms of facilities when compared with the master plan. The proposed development would construct new and unwanted facilities before addressing that glaring deficiency. Again, any updates to the park should be in accordance with the master plan, which was approved by this commission, not unplanned development that inhibits future ability to deliver on that master plan. There's another set of these violations. The first pertain to the requirement for community outreach. Covered that already. Number 3 on this list, probably the most glaring of the MNCP policies, PR 6.1.2 plainly states that the city should work to implement the Museum Park Master Plan. Can't be any more clear than that. And finally, the 2023 Parks Master Plan, page 96, states that when developing program plans and strategies, community input should be a factor that determines, that leads to program decision making. This goes against the current leadership style employed by the park. That wraps up the first argument. The second one, the conditional approval was approved in error due to the fact that the trust failed to provide their complete and factual information as to their compliance with the various city code provisions when applying for the warrant. As part of its application process, the Bayfront Park Management Trust submitted to the city a survey of its property. We argue that the survey submitted presented false information, which misled the city plan reviewers. City code requires the survey to be less than 12 months old and reflect the current condition of the property. In addition, the city's regulations state that if any work is planned on that property that could potentially disturb trees, the trust needs to submit plans on how those trees are going to be protected or removed. Because of the aforementioned faulty survey, this provision was also violated. This is the survey that was submitted to the planning department. Note the date on that survey highlighted in yellow, March 2019. It was signed off by Michael Carrozza 5 years later, bottom right there, May 2023. So unfortunately, the trust's assurance to the city that the survey represented the state of the property at the time of the application is false. In mid-March and in early April, before the submittal of the relevant application to the city, the trust entered into an agreement with a theater company and began building a temporary event space within the boundaries of Frey Park. This new construction is not found in the survey submitted to the city. It was done without permits, so it would also not have been obvious to a city reviewer looking at the building database. However, the feeder group that the trust partnered with on this endeavor made several posts on social media that showed the work being done in mid-March and early April. This proves that the survey submitted to the city did not reflect the current condition of the property as code mandates. Here's their Instagram post from April 7th. So, beyond the fact that it shows the trust violated the city code, the faulty survey is significant for other reasons. It's clear from the notes in the planning department's analysis that the city staff believed the trust was not engaged in any construction that would harm any trees on the property. In fact, the planning director makes it clear that the recommendation for the approval of the warrant is conditioned on tree protection measures being a key component of any work done on the site. By submitting a faulty survey, the trust was able to obscure the fact that it was indeed engaged in unpermitted work that was harming trees. Beyond the creation of the unpermitted performance space, the trust was also engaged in other work to illegally remove trees within the property, as has been documented by the Miami Herald. Without obtaining a permit, the trust mowed down a large tree by the entrance to the park in late June. While this warrant application was
Chairwoman,
I'm
objection.
sorry.
Objection. This has nothing to do with the warrant.
Please stick to the issue of
Sure,
the appeal for the warrant.
All right. Well, in summary for argument 2, as this application for a warrant was being considered, the trust conducted an illegal, unpermitted tree removal on the property and lied to neighbors about it, built a performance space and parking area illegally without permits, submitted a survey that hid the work being done on the performance space in violation of city code, and misled city staff about its tree protection efforts on the property. Regardless of whether these events were done on purpose or are just a series of human errors, the end result is that the trust failed to submit material and factual information in its application and misled city staff during the approvals process. By doing so, the trust violated the very conditions specified by the planning director in the conditional approval recommendation. If any other property owner in the city did this, the city would in all likelihood sue them for fraud and would certainly not approve any warrants or permits. I'd also like to enter into the record, I've got letters from all of the buildings adjacent to the park.
Objection. And the letters can't be submitted in order to be considered as competent substantial evidence that people have to be here and subject to cross-examination.
Can't accept your letters.
Oh, no,
I
they
knew
exist.
that, but I got to have somebody else say that. Rules of evidence.
Well, that's all I got.
Thank you. Do you have a rebuttal?
Very quickly, a couple of just highlight points. Number 1, the survey was submitted on May 13, 2023 in compliance with the city code. Number 2, the trees that were brought up were not near the warrant. There are 2 conditions in the warrant regarding the trees that are in close proximity to the exercise equipment. There's been no allegation that those conditions were not complied with. And the park's master plan that is adopted into the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan is a master plan. It's a guiding document. As I stated before, this is about 3,200 square feet, which is 0.4% of the open space portion, not including the museums. So the master plan is meant to be a living document. This is a minor improvement, a recreational facility in a park, and therefore consistent with the 2023 Parks Master Plan as well. I'd like to submit into the record just a couple of things to make sure that the record is shored up. One is a timeline on the issuance of the warrant, and the second is the presentation that was given at the PZAB.
Thank you.
I've got a brief response to that. And we went over this in the last PZAB meeting. But ordinance clearly says that the guiding principles of the Miami 21 Code must be considered when analyzing whether it is appropriate to issue a warrant. Image there is a little bit confusing. It's the red, not the yellow. The Miami 21 Code are both explicit that the MNCP is one of the guiding principles of the Miami 21 Code. From the Miami 21 Code, the primary purpose of this code is to implement the comprehensive plan. State law is even more clear, stating that the principles of the comprehensive plan shall guide future decisions. State law says that documents incorporated into the comprehensive plan, such as the Museum Park Master Plan, are part of the comprehensive plan itself with the same power of law. So the city staff at the PZAB meeting seemed to indicate that the only guiding principles that applied to the analysis of the warrant are those in section 2.1.3 of Miami 21. We found that to be a puzzling position since the staff explicitly included the principles of the MCNP in its analysis of its decision to recommend a warrant approval and did not include the principles in section 2.1.3 of the code.
Thank you.
I think that in sum, the request is to approve the appeal. What you're faced with right here is an appeal. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. You have to rely only on the competent substantial evidence. The competent substantial evidence in the record is your staff report, your professional planning staff, the recommendation of your professional planning staff, and citizen testimony on opinions regarding the applicability of the code or inapplicability of the code is just not competent substantial evidence. So with that, we respectfully request that you approve the appeal.
Approve the appeal. Do I have a motion?
Motion for discussion.
We had a motion for discussion.
Second.
I'm going to go in the order that Vice Chair, and then it will go to D1, D2, D4.
Let me ask the attorneys that we have here for the city, since this is a hearing that it's not a usual one that we are used to. I know certainly our two new colleagues, it's their first one. I frankly don't recall having been one of this type like this in the past, certainly not any time recently. So what is the guidelines and what we can present? For instance, if we have videos of people speaking that live in that area, is that as presentable or not?
There are videos that are people speaking in the area, but for competent substantial evidence, they have to be here.
Excuse me?
For competent substantial evidence, they should be here.
Okay. So they can't be presented, and I will submit to you, we got dozens upon dozens of people that live across the street, that live in his building, and in that whole area. But the main point that I want to make is that Maurice Ferre Park, just like Bayfront Park, just like Virginia Key, just like the new large park in your area in District 1, where the Jorge Mascanosa Park, these are regional parks by their size, by their locations, by their use and how many people and where the people come to them. I wish that we could have brought in statements so you could see how many thousands of people that are tourists, that are visitors, come to Maurice Ferre Park in particular. Look, can the court jester, wants to smile, go to the restroom, stick your head in the toilet, and have a good time? And I don't need you smiling, grinning the whole time while I'm speaking. Have a little decency, Billy, decorum. I know that you like to be the court jester. You're being paid for it, to be a clown and an idiot. But, this is not really the place to do it with others. So let me go back to what I was saying. This is a park. It's a regional park. And that's why you have two museums there. There's a small group of people across the street that feel that this is their park. The reason they don't want anything there is because it's been made clear to me by one of them, they don't want any outsiders coming in. They want to keep it just for a handful of them. And that is not right. I have worked in that park long before any of them ever moved there. In fact, the first person that brought me to that park when I had just been elected for a couple of weeks was Maurice Ferre. And I still remember the speech that Clut Congressman Claude Pepper was given. It was raining, and his toupee started coming down, and the more it rained, it came more down. Finally, he was a good sport. He just took it off and kept reading. I don't remember too many things that far back, but, you know, that was memorable because of what happened. So I know that park from way back, all the different changes that it had. When it was changed to Museum Park, and it was approved for museums to go there, I was the mayor of the city at that time. So I do have a lot of care for and love for that particular park. And this is long before any of this handful of people ever bought there, because there hadn't been any buildings built there. The guy that owned all those buildings was Hank Sofer, that owned all the land, rather, before the buildings were built. So we're starting from the point that it's totally wrong, that the only people that have a say-so in that park are a handful of 4 buildings across the street from the park, and that the rest of the city doesn't have a say-so or a voice in what happens to that park. Parks that are community parks are Margaret Pace Park. That's one for them. And then in the other part of downtown towards the back, we have Loveness Park. Those are parks for the neighborhood in the area. This is a regional park. Now, they have stated that, and this is one that even though it really shouldn't come to the point, they did bring this out several times, so I do have to answer this. They started talking about and showing pictures how dirty the park is and what have you. Well, look, right after an event is finished, and we had one recently that was for the Paris Museum, that's when they got those pictures that they showed. Before you could get the cleaning companies to take the bags out, sure, you're going to have them put next to the side. And those pictures were taken during that time, most likely. The app that's the biggest app that brings people to different places in Miami-Dade just recently wrote, it's called Local Gems, Florida. And this is what they said about Parade Park. And they placed it as the #1 ranking park in Miami-Dade. The #1 ranking park in Miami-Dade. And it says on Parade Park, let me get it over here. Nestled in the heart of downtown Miami, where the city's stunning architect meets the vibrant bay, this park offers an impressive blend of natural beauty and culture intrigue. The park, formerly known as Bicentennial Park, is teeming with lush green spaces, colorful sculptures, and a variety of flora, making it a paradise for nature lovers and art enthusiasts alike. Visitors can enjoy a leisurely stroll along the bay, observe cruise ships, or engage in outdoor events. The park also features a dog section, loved by both locals and tourists. Gee, Miami Herald, surprise, surprise. They said it's loved by locals and tourists. In fact, there were over 350,000 people that visited the sculpture gardens in his first year, along with the dogs and cats walkway. And he says, and is home to a science museum and planetarium. He finishes by saying that despite its vastness, the park maintains impeccable cleanliness. This is why so many people come there and are so satisfied, because in a short time that we have been there, we're in so many of the key apps, and particularly this one, this Dickey up, they're sending tourists and visitors that come to Miami to Foray Park. And people are going there and leaving satisfied and happy. The couple of statements have been made that no information had been given to the public about the exercise equipment going there, that the public was being kept blind about it. Well, we may go to the following. Can you put this up? Text that was sent to me on July 6, 2022. Okay? You see up there it says James. That's James Torres, your president of your DNA, Downtown Neighborhood Association. And he was sending me an article that he was very happy with that had been printed the day before in Miami Today, the newspaper that is particularly downtown Miami in Brickell, put in every building. It's a fine newspaper. It gives you information that certainly the local tabloid of the Herald doesn't give you. And let me read, and you can put it up so the parts that should be read. On page 207, it says, art is not the only thing coming to the park. Outdoor facilities are coming for those who live an active life. A soccer field, a playground for kids, and an area for outdoor exercise equipment. Then it goes, the following page. The exercise equipment is expected to arrive sooner, though that is also still in its development phase. And then probably the next base, and he's quoting me, probably the next base we'll have sooner will be the outdoor exercise equipment area, said Mr. Carollo. We're looking at that now. What we would end up putting there is 20 new exercise equipments, which have been shown by the city staff. So I went to a couple of neighborhood meetings there, and I spoke to this, to the board of directors, the heads of the board of directors of the buildings on your side, including the former head of the 900 building at the time. In fact, they were so pleased with what was happening that they contributed dollars on the first year in security, even though there was a handful of you that were screaming about it, not to have it. But Mr. Torres, and I thank him, was very helpful in making sure that we had the opportunity to speak before them, and he was in favor of us receiving those dollars. Even one individual that was extremely helpful, Mr. Shorts, gave a security car, one of those little golf carts for the security people that we have. And we jump across the street a couple of times a night, I don't know how many exactly, so that we could go back and forth also in exchange for what we had gotten. So you were getting something out of it. It was just not given to the park. This is not only back from July 6, 2022, but on the other side, I was invited to speak to all the different residents in the other buildings in front of Bayfront Park. And I also touched upon the exercise gym that was coming to Maurice Ferre Park, and other ideas that we were discussing. Here's another one from even before, November 14, 2021, from Mr. Torres, a text to me. Happy Sunday. Wanting to say thank you for a great vision on the city of Miami. I can tell you it's a shared vision to really take Miami downtown into the 21st century and catch up with many other cities on the infrastructure. And I hope to be part of that vision in the very near future and to support some of the initiatives. Once again, thank you, and also hope we can meet before commission meeting. James. I could be here for an hour going over the text that he was sent to me. In fact, some people that have seen this, they got the wrong impression that he's kind of had one of those men likes towards me, because he couldn't travel anywhere without sending me pictures where he was at, seeing how I'm doing, and he loved to constantly be inviting me to get some food. Here's another one from James. Commissioner Carollo, on behalf of my family to yours, happy Thanksgiving. I am thankful that we have been able to work in addressing issues for the downtown community via the Bayfront Park Trust and your support. Thank you. So, for you and others to come here to say that nobody knew about this, your president from the DNA talked and knew about this with me for well in excess of 2 years. He was informed about it. He became a cheerleader for it. He clapped for it until he decided to run for office, and he thought that I was going to be a main financial supporter, and I wasn't. I stayed out of the whole race. And that's where the problem came in. And then he joined the original guy that started all this in one of your buildings that he, I guess, thinks he's the mayor of Maurice Ferre Park. So the story that nobody knew about this is not true. The meetings that we have in Bayfront Park Trust, they're public. The ones that we had on the equipment that was going to be put there, they were public. It was posted. Any one of you could have been there. But this opposition didn't start until way at the end. And then Mr. Torres jumped in the bandwagon when Carollo, and this is the problem that I have with many people. They're all big supporters of mine because they want something out of me. And if they don't get it, my God, what a bad guy. Mr. Torres is one of those. So I am not going to sit here and hear that we kept this a secret, that nobody knew about it. Miami Today is more widely read in downtown community than the Miami Herald, because they put the newspaper in every building. They're very informative. They go into stories that, frankly, newspapers should go into. Not the gossip, not the pay-for-play, like little Billy over there with a big smile. Right, Billy? Now, let me go into a couple other areas that were touched upon. This master plan with his hills, beautiful hills.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful. If Gucci would have been here, he would be rolling. Because what do the hills do? Well, the most popular thing that people talk about in Miami is the waterfront. The waterfront. And what are those hills going to do? They're going to block the waterfront. What a wonderful idea. You know, that we have a waterfront that is the envy of the world, and we want to put hills so we could block that view. I do not know of a single city in the free world, certainly not in America, that because a handful of people have come out against a park, that it is going to be destroyed. Throughout the city of Miami, in all of our districts, we have outdoor park equipment. This is nothing that I've invented. Yes, I heard what you and some of your associates. Can we leave this here for a second, this beautiful picture? This is not in Europe, by the way. This is in Miami. Below that is where that tree with all the roots that people couldn't walk through and we couldn't plant anything was at. And by the way, that tree was about 14, 15 years approximately. It wasn't one of the oldest or the oldest tree in the park. It was an invasive tree, according to Miami-Dade County, the city of Miami, that cannot be planted anywhere. And how it probably got there is that these are trees that are killer trees. They fly from other trees that had been planted like them in years past. The wind takes them, and when they grab another tree, usually, or they hit the ground, is when they start going up. And if they grab another tree, whether it's an oak or any other hardwood tree, they're going to kill it, and they take its place. So this is one of the outrageous things that the trust did. Instead of having those ugly roots that were there in the front, now you have a beautiful garden, unlike you've ever had. And you also have a sculpture from one of the world-renowned artists in Europe. Can you show the other wonder that they wanted back? The wonderful tree with the roots. Do we have that, or I don't know if we have that there or not. He showed it before, but I'm wondering if we have it, just so we can show it again. The tree with the roots, the invasive tree. Okay, you don't have that one. Okay, well, he showed it before.
I can put it back up if you'd like
can
to
you,
see
Yeah,
it.
can you do it? Yeah, let's
You want to see the
it.
tree?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Very kind of you.
And I just want to be clear, what does this have to do with the warrant itself? Are we?
Well, you were the one that brought that up, so I'm just trying
This
to...
isn't about, Commissioner,
Yeah.
this isn't about the warrant issue now. This
Oh.
is the time where my colleagues get to make comments about the item.
Okay.
This is where
Yeah,
my
that's
colleagues
cool.
get to
Yeah.
make comments about the item.
And-
Our vice chair is still speaking, and then we'll move on to
Look-
Commissioner Gabella,
Yeah.
Commissioner Pardo,
Sure.
Commissioner Reyes, and then
I
myself.
won't take much longer. I just have,
Madam Chairwoman, respectfully, if I may, if we are entering letters read into the record, can I not submit?
We are not.
Okay.
The entering into the record was between our attorney representing the city. You cannot, because the persons have to be here.
Got it. Well, without
He's
entering.
not entering into the record for purposes of your arguments with respect to upholding or denying the appeal.
Understood, and without entering anything into the record, I would like to point out that I have letters from all the adjacent buildings to the park
It's a
condemning.
different process.
Two separate
It's
processes.
Two separate, right.
Okay.
So they are commenting on
Got
the
it.
item.
Well, if you want to read them,
you guys,
they're
you
here.
can give them to the city clerk.
Yeah, you want to put that tree back again, or you
Yeah,
change your
can
mind?
I object to that? I don't want it to be in the record.
Object to what?
So
The letters.
Yes, you can object to that. So
Okay,
so you can't
Well,
take the letters.
Can we give him all our videos from all his neighbors and others?
No, we can't.
Wanting the exercise equipment to Todd for the record?
No, because they aren't here.
Okay. Well, they're actually speaking. They're not letters. They're people speaking. That's a big difference. But I understand.
No, the attorney said no,
the
they
bottom
are
line
present.
is that this is not about exercise equipment, because even though the argument that some of them made, we have expensive buildings, we have the state-of-the-art equipment. I know that's not elitist, but you know what? There are many, many in downtown, in other buildings. There are many, many in the city of Miami that don't have exercise equipment. In fact, there are quite a few in your buildings that have access to those state-of-the-art fancy exercise equipment that prefer to go in the outdoors where they could breathe some fresh air, enjoy nature, look at the trees, especially 100+ new trees that we planted and more that are coming, and they prefer that. Now, as was shown here, this is a minute area of a huge, huge park. The last thing that I like to state is that this map that he showed of the park that alleges to have all the things that we want to put in the park, that's more false information. In this, the map that they created out of their own ideas, but there's so many of those areas that you got stuff on that just plain areas that we
That was just
have.
based on the budget items that were in
No,
the
it's
park
based
trust.
on what you guys wanted to draw into it.
Sorry?
It's based upon what you guys wanted to draw.
Oh, I just read
into the map.
the budget from the park trust.
So
That's it.
those pictures that you showed, they're your pictures.
Oh, for sure.
Nowhere in the trust has anyone even contemplated filling as much as what you're putting in there. Nowhere. So, having said that, I'll tell you, and I'll leave it at this, how outrageous this is. The champion, the mayor of Maurice Ferré Park, that led the charge until Mr. Torres picked up the torch. Maybe I should have raised him $50,000 or more so he could have been happy and not bother me, but that's not me. When the Jimenez Derrida came with his sculptures, this guy is one of the top 5 sculptors in the world, probably the next Botero. He's put some 15 sculptures at his cost in the park that he's going to be donating one they're taking out soon this month. When they started putting the sculptures, your mayor of Maurice Ferré came in insulting his wife, made the woman cry, scare her, and then he came back a few days later after he found out who this guy was and how famous he was. What he had to say to her was, "Why did you go to Joe Carroyo instead of going to Jorge Perez?" So it's not about the good that we do to the park. It's about me. It's about me. And that's a shame because there's a lot of people that have worked hard in that park, in the board, and many outside the board. And that park is for all Miamians. For all Miamians. That park, I'm sorry, doesn't belong to a handful of you.
So on one hand,
Because
you'll
you're
take
across
money
the
from our
street.
HOA.
Excuse me?
Sir,
Okay.
please.
And last, the park is maintained without a penny of any of the taxpayers across the street. Not 1 cent comes from them or is taken or used from the general fund to pay for the maintenance of that park. Having said that, Madam Chairwoman. Look, what I've done here is spend a lot of hours that frankly I shouldn't have, that I've taken from my family, from my life, to try to give something beautiful and wonderful for the city to enjoy. Certainly, the fact that we have more people visiting 2 whole blocks of sculpture gardens that includes the dogs and cats walkway that were painted, all statues, 57 of them by local artists that we have here. And numerous articles have been written about it all over the place. Last one that I saw was from Germany. That, along with all that we've done there, has been, from those of us that have jumped in, something out of love that we've done for this community. No matter what any of you want to say, you could do what you want with the local tabloid, with the pay-for-pay, Billy's, but the people that are coming there, seeing this, enjoying it, speaking about it all over the world, all over the country, that speaks for itself. The dog park that we have in Foray, you go there in the afternoons, early evenings, on weekends. It's packed, packed. And why is it packed? Because it's the largest dog park in the state of Florida, divided into for big dogs and smaller dogs. That park and the people across the street and many others never had that. In fact, many come from other parts of the city because it's so good. And I understand that they don't enjoy that. So whatever this board wants to do, if it wants to bring a bulldozer and tear all this down and be the first city in America and the free world that has said no to outdoor exercise equipment, and that's the what we want to give of our legacy. Bring the bulldozer, tear it down. If little Billy wants to convince you not to stop there and to take the 2 whole blocks of Sculpture Gardens and tear it apart and tear the dogs and cat sculptures, feel free. It's not going to hurt me. It's going to hurt so many of our locals, tourists and visitors that come and enjoy it, especially a lot of the little kids that enjoy it the most. Any one of you that think that I'm not saying the truth on that, just go there any time of the day, especially in the evenings. Go there on weekends anytime, and you're going to see how packed it is, what people are saying. And, you know, this is not for me. I didn't need this. Just even if you take the dogs and cat sculptures out, just 2 whole blocks of the Sculpture Gardens. There's nothing like it in South Florida, and I dare to say in the state of Florida. But this is what you try to degrade by putting a garbage can that had next to it 3 black plastic bags after an event had just been finished.
Those are from the other side of the park, sir.
But
Sir,
again,
please don't.
this is here. This is what we have been about, bringing culture, bringing something that this park never had, something that everyone is proud of, except a handful of haters that have their own agenda.
One point of clarification, Mr. City Attorney, the hearing with our city attorney, the attorney representing the city,
Special counsel, yeah.
special counsel, and the person that
The original appellant.
original appellant, that portion of this meeting is over, correct?
That was closed. Both
That's
sides
closed.
rested. That's
Both
closed.
sides
There's no
rested.
further evidence
Okay.
being
So now
accepted.
we're only having discussion amongst ourselves.
Correct.
Commissioner Gabella, please.
Thank you very much. So I got one question, and can somebody enlighten me? I'm looking at the map. I Googled it, 1095, Biscayne Boulevard. Is this District 3 or District 2? District 2. Oh, okay, so there's no mistake there. It says it's in District 3. Districts impacted, District 3. Question number 2. I understand that it's exercise equipment that we're talking about, and that it was done without a permit. Is this correct? And that's why we're here?
The exercise equipment was not done without a permit.
It was not done without a permit.
No. I submitted a timeline into the record. The Bayfront Park Management Trust submitted an application for a building
So
permit.
let me ask you a question. I'm sorry.
The procedure is an applicant submits an application for a building permit.
Right.
It goes through the reviews of the city departments. Once it gets to planning and zoning, they refer it for a warrant.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why are we here? If everything came out the way it was supposed to, perfect, why are we here?
Because after the warrant was issued, they have 15 days to appeal. The 900 Biscayne filed an appeal to the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board. The Planning and Zoning Appeals Board heard the appeal. They granted the appeal. The city manager, Art Noriega, and the Bayfront Park Management Trust executive director, Miguel Ferro, decided to file an appeal to bring it to this commission to decide, to uphold the warrant. That is why we're here.
That's why we're here. So we're not here as an emergency thing with the lighting situation that happened, that it was done prematurely.
No.
And we'll settle it later.
No, this is a regular
We're here
appeal.
So we got a permit, everything was okay.
Yes.
But we're here because of an appeal.
That's right. It's a regular appeal procedure in Miami 21, Article 7.
Thank you very much for enlightening me.
Commissioner Pardo?
Thank you. I think there's a basic difference here that's going on in perspective. I know my colleague, Commissioner Carollo, has said that this is a regional park, but I think times have changed in downtown Miami, and downtowners recognize this park as their park. This is a park and a community, largely vertical. They've mentioned the number of buildings, but those are thousands of people who are reaching out to our office, reaching out to me, reaching out. Even if you look at the public comments for today's meetings, it's filled. And they're angry. They're angry because they feel they've been disenfranchised from the very process that gives them input into a park. And yes, tourists go and lots of other folks go, but they're taxpayers. And they feel like they have an obligation, given their commitment to the city, to be heard. My understanding is this went before PZAB, and there was a very large crowd, and it was heard in its entirety, and it lost by 7-2. That's not a close vote. Oh, okay, 7-1. That's not a close vote, and I tend to always err on the side of listening to people and the people that are writing and calling and asking. And if they feel that the warrant helps them preserve a right to be heard, then I'm inclined to deny this appeal.
Commissioner Reyes?
This is, to me, it's, I'm torn between two laws. You see, I am in favor of outside gyms. All my parks that I have redone, and the new parks, they all have an outside gym, and it is used. Is used a lot by the residents. They use it a lot. Granted, they don't have buildings that they have a gym in their homes or the place that they live, but it is very popular among my people, and I consider that a great idea, and it is a very healthy idea, particularly for the elders, that they can do exercise. But what I don't want to, what I want to know is if this was built without a warrant, it was built legally?
Yes.
Because that's not the information that I have. The information that I have is that it was built without a warrant, and a hold harmless commitment was made to the city of Miami that if the warrant was not given, that they will pay for the removal. Is that true or not?
Do you want the city to answer or special counsel? Because I could tell
I want
you
the city to answer.
the evidence that was presented, and you just heard, was that the city and or the trust applied for a permit, got a warrant. The warrant was issued. The Miami 21 code says that after a warrant is issued, there's a 15-day appeal period. Within that 15-day appeal period, an appeal was filed. But because, well, I don't want to go off the record. So there was a permit, there was a warrant, and then there was an appeal. So in order to continue progressing with the work during the pendency of the appeal, the applicant filled out a hold harmless agreement that says essentially that in the event that we want to proceed with the work, and in the event that the warrant is ultimately denied, the work that has been performed will have to be removed. So that's essentially what...
And was the warrant denied?
No.
No, the warrant was
doing
approved.
right now.
So the warrant was approved, then it was appealed to the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. The Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board granted the appeal, which would have reversed the decision to grant the warrant. That was appealed here. So right now, the warrant stands as reversed, but the city is asking you to overturn the decision of the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board and grant
Right
the
now,
warrant.
you don't have a warrant.
Well, it's in
correct?
flux right now, right?
So
So
yes or no, yes or no, because I mean, you know, we got to stop this thing. So maybe in yes or no. And by the way, is a warrant equal to a permit?
a warrant is part of the permitting process.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's a
So-
conditional permit, I would say.
So everything was done legal. Because if it were not done, I mean, I don't want to set precedents that we can just go and build whatever we want to build, and then after the fact we go and we get the permits and we get the warrants. I don't want to do that. I will never vote in favor of that because every time that I have done a park or whatever, we go through the process, and the process calls for us to have a permit, to have a warrant, and to have community input. Now we have a controversy here that it says that there is community input and there is, and other people say there is not community input. Honestly, I don't know who to believe. Honestly, really, I wasn't there. You see, I don't know who to believe.
Commissioner.
If hold on a second, Joe. It is quite confusing. If it was done without a permit, I would vote no. You see, I mean, if there was any violation, I would vote no. And because to me it's very important that the community has an input in it. It is quite important, you see, that we have community input in whatever we do. And particularly parks. Parks are, in my opinion, the heart of the community, you see. And if that is the case, you see, I don't know, I'm torn between two lobes.
The issue is that the equipment was installed before the warrant expired, right?
Right. The equipment was installed before the warrant could be heard, basically.
Okay.
So, which is basically had they allowed it to...
Violation.
Before the
I cannot condone that.
I motion to deny. I motion to take this off.
Hold on, I didn't get any.
If anybody wants to go along.
Hold on, hold on.
Carter, would you like to make a motion and I'll second it?
Hold on. One, this park is more than just a local park. Thousands of tourists, hundreds of thousands of tourists visit this park. This is in the heart of downtown, so it's not just a local park. 2, I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Reyes. I have never heard pushback for exercise equipment in a park. Unheard of. Hashtag because Miami. Exercise equipment is healthy for our residents. It's riding your bike. It's taking a walk. And for those people who can't afford to go to gyms that have memberships of upwards of $200 a month, you can go to your local park and exercise. Are we really arguing about exercise equipment in a park? Procedurally, I understand, because the community does have a right to have input into what happens in our parks, in our neighborhoods, in our communities. That is what the parks master plan accomplishes, because the master plan was put together from community input. Is that correct? Is that correct? Can somebody say it out loud?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. The parks master plan says that exercise equipment is good for our parks. So
here
we are. Particularly in your district, Commissioner, exercise equipment would be much appreciated.
I agree.
So,
and I agree with everything you said, but this is the problem. I've been told that we must follow the rules. Okay? We must follow the rules. I think I was told that, if somebody can correct me, at about 11 o'clock that a vote took here, that I had to leave because we have to follow the rules. So if we're going to follow the rules, we're going to follow the rules. Okay? So me, for one, I don't know what you ladies and gentlemen are going to do, but I'm going to follow the rules from now on. Okay? And I'm putting forward, unless you want to do it because I respect your district.
Go ahead.
And I am putting forward, if nobody's finished, if we haven't finished, let me step back.
The city attorney, the motion, you'd have to deny the motion.
I think it's important to clarify for the record that the competent substantial evidence in this record is that the city and the trust did follow the rules. This happens all the time for regular private applicants. You apply for a building permit, it goes through the system, it gets referred to planning and zoning. Planning and zoning looks at it and says, this is on the list for a warrant, we're going to kick it over to planning. Planning's going to review the warrant. That's what happened here. They reviewed the warrant. They actually issued the warrant on September 7th. The building permit was issued on September 13th. The appeal was submitted on the very last day that you could submit an appeal. So during that time, this exercise equipment is like a 48 to 72 hour build.
But
okay?
you guys should have waited. You guys should have waited.
You
didn't wait, and that's why we're here today, because had you done it right, we wouldn't be here today, would we? At the end of the day.
This is common, even with private applicants. You don't assume that your warrant for exercise equipment in a public park is going to be appealed. The criteria in the code is 7.1.2.4D.
No outbursts.
Amanda, can I add something?
No outbursts.
Look, can I add something, Madam Chair, just for purposes of clarification so that everybody understands? I think procedurally, Commissioner Gabella, you would have been here anyway. You just wouldn't have been deciding, because the decision is to whether to grant an appeal or not relative to the warrant. The impact of that means that the equipment has to come out. What the warrant still would have been, you still would have been here.
You know what the impact of what they did to me was? Okay? You know what that was? Try to take me out in an election, and yet I withstood it. So you know what? I think they can withstand taking out the equipment, because if they did it wrong, they did it wrong, and that's the end of the story. And listen, respectfully, Art, I understand what you're going to say.
Yeah,
if there was a mistake 2 days, I got it. Yeah. But we got to do things by the book, I've been told, so I'm going to do things by the book.
So the item is to...
Excuse me, Mr. Torres, if you want to swear at me, go up here and do it, okay? If you want to swear at me quietly...
That's it.
What'd you say? Very good. Listen, You could call me and visit me like you used to anytime you want. Just you and me. You could visit me, okay? Yeah, that's what you are. You're a fucking liar. A liar? Then you know what? Next meeting, I'm showing all the other texts that you sent me, including your great give me tickets to the Trump.
Listen, guys, let's cool our heads.
Wait a minute,
Let's
I've never seen
show
anything
some
like this.
decorum.
I
I mean, we don't need this.
No, this is the guy that's the president representing this handful of people, swearing like this in a public meeting because he's been outed. And I didn't even begin to show a fraction of the text that he had sent me.
Sir, I'm here representing myself. I'm not being paid to be here.
The item requires
So-
us to vote on whether we're going to
Grant or deny the appeal.
Respectfully, I deny the appeal. I'm making the motion.
There's a motion to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second to deny the appeal. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. The motion carries 3-1.
Wait, so 3-2.
I'm sorry, 3-2. I'm
Three in favor.
I'm an attorney, not a mathematician.
So 3 in favor, 2 against, with
in
Commissioner
favor.
Carroyo and Commissioner King voting no.
No.
3-2.
Done legally.
3-2. 3-2.
According to them. According to what I heard.
Next item.
Excuse me.
Or is-
Was this done legally or not?
So there was a vote. I'm not sure if you know what the vote was, but if the motion was to deny the appeal, and as I understood it, there were 3 votes to deny the appeal, 2 votes against.
No.
So the appeal is
I don't
denied.
think the motion was clear. This is why I'm asking for clarification from you. I didn't hear Commissioner Reyes speak out.
Yeah.
Is
So
the process
let me
that was
clarify.
followed
The process
by the
was
trust,
like-
was it legal or not? Did we do anything illegal in the trust?
Okay, so you're asking whether or not the permit was issued improperly or no. The permit was issued, there was an appeal, and the equipment was put in prior to the appeal being heard. But there was a hold harmless.
But it was done legally.
Yes, that was done legally.
It was all done legally.
It followed the process.
Hey, that's not the question here. The question is very simple. If the equipment is going to go, then you deny the appeal. Is that correct? Is that correct?
If you deny the appeal, the warrant is reversed and the equipment must be removed.
Okay, that's what I
correct?
did. That's what I motioned. Is that what you did?
But-
Manolo, how about you?
Okay.
Did you do
Is
that?
this what you wanted?
Did you vote for that?
Listen.
Let's clear that up and move
Listen.
on.
My argument and my whole argument was that it must have been done legal.
Yes.
And if it was done legally, you see, I am voting for the equipment to remain, although there have been questions, people that there was public input or was not public input. So we have a division. I mean, the whole opinion of the whole area is totally divided. Some people are in favor, some people are against. My question is, was it done legally or was it done illegal? Because if it was done illegal, you see, I will vote for getting the exercise machines, equipment out of the park, which I don't believe it should be done because I am in favor of having exercise equipment in all parks. But if it was done illegal, I vote to get rid of those equipment. If it was done legally, I will vote for them to remain. And that's it.
So to answer that, the evidence that you've heard was that the permit was requested, which is legally done. The warrant was issued legally. There was an appeal which was filed legally.
Okay.
And they followed the procedures which required under those circumstances a hold harmless agreement. That's all procedurally accurate.
Legally.
And then the appeal was filed. The problem, as counsel indicated, was that because it's gym equipment, it went in 48 to 72 hours. It was emplaced before the appeal could be heard, and that's why you're here today. But everything was done following Miami 21 and the procedures therein.
But George, you can't tell me that was done legally and then we're here tonight, because if there wouldn't have been a problem, we wouldn't have been here tonight.
That's not
And
why.
I asked the question, does a
George,
warrant equal a permit? Either
George, you're
yes
not
or no. If it does not, then it wasn't done legally,
It
and that's
is
why we're here
done,
tonight.
it was
Let's not
done
confuse the issue. But-
procedurally, which was legal.
Yes.
So we're mincing words here.
We're here.
Staff
But-
and
right,
the
but
city
they
did
installed
not do
the equipment,
anything.
but they installed the equipment.
But they did not install the equipment illegally.
They just took
had
the
the
risk.
Why are we
right
here
to
tonight?
install
Why
the
are we here
equipment
tonight then?
because
That's my question.
because there is a right to appeal. There's no illegality
Oh,
here.
really?
We are
That's right.
following
There's improperty.
procedure. We are following procedure. There's no illegality here. We are following procedure. He has a right to appeal. The city has a right to appeal.
I'm not
That is
addressing
being
that right.
done.
I'm not addressing that right. Of course, they have a right to appeal. What I'm addressing is, everybody knows full well that if we're here tonight, there must have been a problem, and that's why we're talking
No,
about it.
there was no problem. This is
All
the
right.
procedure.
I got it.
This
No,
is
it's
the
procedure. I understand the procedure.
This is the
And the
procedure.
procedure was that 72 or 48 hours, they installed the equipment before they got to
But
the
they
finish
didn't
line.
have to-
Where, hey, you
they
know what?
didn't have to
If there's
wait
no
to-
appeal,
right.
if there's no appeal till this date, then you know what? We're safe. We can go ahead. But they didn't do that. They did it 48 hours, and this is why we're here today.
I mean,
He's
they,
up
No,
there.
that is not, that
No,
is,
that's the way I
that is
heard it.
not why we are here today. The process follows. The process follows. And again, I'm the only person sitting up here with a legal degree. This is procedural. Just like everybody up here, except me and Commissioner Pardo, have been in some kind of legal issue with respect to the city of Miami. You file a complaint. A complaint is answered. You get discovery. You have mediation. There's a process. The process is what they've just explained. Nothing about the process was illegal. It was the process.
Okay, let's go
now
with
we
that.
can decide
So I stand-
whether you want to either uphold the appeal or deny the appeal.
All right, fair enough. Then you know what? Let's pretend that the process went as it should. But at the end of the day, okay, and by the way, I can read English. I'm not an attorney. My daughter is an attorney, you know, but I'm not an
job.
attorney, but I can read English, okay? I can read English, okay? And when I asked, does a warrant equal a permit, I think you said yes. Is that correct? Does a warrant issue a permit? Yes
Mr.
or no?
Weissong said it is part of the permit.
Okay, it's part, so in other words, it's part of the permit, right?
That's
And
right.
the problem was that the equipment, okay, was installed 48 hours prior to the end game, where then nobody could appeal, right? Am I right so far?
No.
Yes, but the warrant was issued and it was legal at the time the equipment.
I'm not saying it was legal, but,
It
but
was.
please, okay, it was. But the problem that happened was, okay, that you kind of figured that nobody was going to appeal, that everything was okay. So you did it 48 hours before you got to that point where then, hey, we got to this point, January 31st, let's say, okay, when you get to that point, that's it. Nobody can appeal. The time for appeal.
Commissioner, I think I understand what you're saying, but I need you to know, even if the equipment would not have been installed,
Right.
there could still
We'd
be
still
an
be here.
appeal for the warrant. It would
But
still
that's not
be
the
here.
point. That's not the point. What we're here
It would
to see.
still be here
And
before
also-
you.
and
That
also,
There's got to be something wrong when you guys are here in
no.
front of us,
Also-
and this is being
also-
discussed. If everything would have been done
Yeah,
right,
also,
we wouldn't be having
no,
this discussion.
no.
But at the end of the
Also,
day,
there was a hold
stepping back.
harmless.
Yes.
There was a hold harmless, which allowed the equipment to be installed. And if, with the hold harmless, this appeal went one
Yeah.
way or the other, the equipment would either stay or the equipment would be removed
And-
because of the hold harmless. And that's why.
simply put,
That's
no,
why.
I follow.
And for the record,
So now it's
simply put, the cart was placed in front of the horse is what happened.
no,
Simply-
not
the
that's
appeal-
really
the
what
hold.
happened.
The hold harmless allowed the cart to be put
Right.
before
But
the
something
horse.
happened. Something
The
happened
hold
that we're here,
harmless.
because if nothing would have happened, we wouldn't
No,
have
that
been
we
here.
we could still be here because it's part of the
That's right.
procedure.
Okay,
That-
guys, I
that's all.
understand it's part of the
the,
procedure,
the
but when
appeal, the appeal was filed at 3:16 p.m. on the very last day that it could be filed. So-
a minute. Look, I think there's one critical issue here. Take the equipment installation out of it. Just remove the fact that the equipment was installed. Let's say it was never installed.
Okay.
We would still be exactly where we are right now
Correct,
because they
because it's-
appealed the warrant that allowed for the equipment to be installed. The only issue here at hand is whether you're going to allow the equipment, right? Or you would have allowed the equipment to stay, to be installed or not, whether it had been installed or not. So whether the equipment's there or not, procedurally they did what they had to do because they filed the affidavit. We would have been here either way, right?
Regardless.
If they had waited and been prudent and said, hey, we're not going to install any equipment, that appeal still would have happened. He still would have appealed it because ultimately...
I've demonstrated that the warrant
So really-
application had false information.
So
in it.
really, the issue is whether or not you think the equipment should be in the park.
You know what I see here, and I'll be honest with you guys, what I see here is, okay, then when we take a vote, and there's certain commissioners that don't want that vote to go that way, then we figure out a way how to massage it and how to turn it into another way.
Absolutely
okay, and at the end
not.
of the day, I mean no disrespect, and by the way, this is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, okay, I'm not stupid, okay, I'm a business person. Okay, I built V12s for a living, Jaguars, okay, and transmissions and every other thing. I'm not a stupid person. You can't tell me that we're here today because had this been done right, and no matter what you tell me, we wouldn't have been standing here today. Okay, at the end of the day, and this continues to be your pattern over there. You, city attorney, why I want you fired? Okay,
you want me
because
fired because I was doing my job.
Because it's
Because
on
I
and
was
on
doing
and
my
on.
job. And
Okay,
because
we got one set of rules for certain people, and we got another set of rules for other people.
Victoria,
I rest my case. I rest
Madam
my
City
case.
Attorney, Madam City Attorney, please do not argue with us. Do not argue with us. I
will not. However, he continues to say that I'm not doing my job, and that is the
and
issue.
I'll say it again, and I'll explain it to you why if you want to hear it.
Let me get one point real clear, Mr. Gavella. Yes, sir. I'm not massaging anything, or I've been very consistent. I said it from the beginning.
Personally, sir, I'm not saying you personally.
I said it from the beginning. If it was done legally, I will vote no on the appeal. I would vote, to maintain, not an appeal. If it was done illegal, then I will, vote for the appeal.
I understand.
And I'll do this because I know that there's part of the residents that they are against us, but they are part of the residents that they are in favor, and that's what happens in every single neighborhood.
No, listen, Commissioner, listen, let me reiterate. You know what? Maybe it's how we define, my perspective, our perspective, his perspective, yours, how we define what's legal and what's not, and maybe it's a matter of interpretation.
It's a matter of interpretation.
As for me, I'm going to rest my case. That's where I stand. I respect that. I'm not going to talk in this anymore.
And now let me tell you this. I will vote for the equipment to stay.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
it was done legally. And I know by experience of being here that it is true. It is true. Even if it hadn't been installed, those people that didn't want any equipment there, that if a warrant is issued, they will appeal that warrant before it is installed. And we have a home harness that that's the way it works. That home harness allows an action to be taken with the proviso that if it goes against it, they will pay for whatever it is. You see, that's the problem.
The thing is, something can be completely legal and still improper. And that's what we're looking at in this case. The equipment was installed before the end of the appeal, before community input was heard. There's a reason we have a PZAB board. They heard this issue with their expertise and their background, and the decision was 7-1 to deny. And that's the reason that we're here today, because we're appealing that decision and that community input that resides in my district.
Yes, I do understand that. And let me tell you, I don't take the decision of PZAB lightly. I don't take it lightly. But I know that I don't agree every time the PZAB makes the decision, because they have made some decisions that doesn't make sense at all. See? Okay, but I don't take it lightly.
Look, would it make sense to defer this thing? Would it make sense to defer this, or am I out of line? And I'll be
Let's defer it.
Before you move to the next item.
I can't move to the next item because we haven't finished taking up this.
Vamos, defer it.
The vote before was not finalized because Commissioner Reyes did not end up voting on that.
I would
He
respectfully.
kept silence. Is that correct? So I'd like to, at this point in time, make a substitute motion that would take precedent over the motion that was there to approve the outdoor gym set to stay there.
Todd says we can't. We have to. We have to finish
What you're saying is a main motion. There's already a main motion on the floor to deny. There was a sense of unreadiness by Commissioner Reyes, which is why we still have the motion to deny on the floor. So you need to address the motion that's currently on the floor.
But if you have a substitute motion, that would take precedence over it.
A substitute motion is more of a deferral, continuance. A substitute motion doesn't result in a final action. So there's a difference between a main motion
How much will it take to
and what I would call a
remove those,
subsidiary motion. So right now, there's a main motion on the floor to deny. There was a sense of unreadiness by...
Question, how much will it take to remove those exercise equipment from there? Yes, I'm asking that. I mean, you are the ones that are experts.
The cost of installation was roughly 40,000.
And who would pay for that?
It was more than 40,000 because I don't know half the exact amount, but it was expensive, a lot more than 40,000.
Well, who would pay for that?
That was the cost of
The
what?
city would pay for
If we vote to remove them,
Well, it would have to be
The trust would have to pay for it.
Bayfront Park Trust. The cost of the equipment, I don't have it before me here, but it was in excess of 100,000 plus all the mats, as you know, that is put
Yes.
the rubber mats. It was probably in excess of a couple of 100,000 or so. I'm guessing.
let me tell you this.
reinstalled
I agree with Madam Chair. This is the first time that I have heard any argument or discrepancy for outside equipment, exercise equipment. First time. And I have installed about 5 exercise equipment in my parks. Never had a problem. Never had a problem. Because the residents are using it. Maybe we have a problem now because the residents don't need to use it. You see? That is my problem. That is my question.
Well, if we open it up, you're going to see how many residents are going to use it. I will be glad to show you the dozens of residents that live there across the street that support this. In fact, one of them that just gave us a tape, someone you know well, Duro Sandoval, in the 900 building. He's got an apartment now. And that place is going to be full of people doing their exercise equipment, using the exercise equipment. And I submit to you, Commissioner, if that's not so, if nobody's going to use it, I'll gladly be the first one to say, tear it down, take it out. But that's going to be used by a lot of people. You'd be surprised how many people have come up to me, to all our maintenance guys in the park. Why is this not open? When are you going to open it? We want to use it.
Commissioner, why not install it in parcel B?
Was there a competitive bid for this job, and did we follow competitive bid rules?
We follow whatever rules the law says we had to follow.
May we get back, Commissioner Reyes, could you please cast your vote?
Cast my vote?
So again, there's a motion by Commissioner Gabella, seconded by Commissioner Pardo to deny. So the idea would be for everyone to vote again because there was a sense of unreadiness by Commissioner Reyes, which is why we're still continuing to talk about
So
it.
we all need to cast our vote again?
Yes.
Okay.
Does anybody want to defer this? You
I
guys
will
instruct
not
me. Is that
get
worth
more
doing, or should I
information
just shut up and?
From the residents, and I need more information from the residents. See how they feel.
I would defer.
But what residents? You got a handful of
defer.
people
but
claiming that they're representing everybody.
We have boards representing over 2,000 people.
So I take back my can I take back and move to defer and see if we got support?
And I'll second that, and I'll vote.
So there's a motion on the floor to defer. It was seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries to defer the item.
To what
when?
date?
What date?
Manolo, Carollo, what date?
What? Any date? I mean,
Whatever
let's
day
do
you
it
guys
on
want.
February, March.
February 8th.
The February 8th meeting.
And the vote on that is at 5-0?
To defer?
Yes. Unanimous?
Yes.
Nope.
No.
No, 4-1.
4-1.
Frankly, I just assumed have you guys voted, if you want, to tear it down already. And like I said, there's no skin up my back. You're going to be hurting a lot of people that are going to be using that. I guess we could donate that equipment to somebody in another country, another city in America that would appreciate it more.
How about parcel B, a couple hundred feet away?
I've used all the ones that we need to. But the reason is because a handful of people, especially the great president of the DNA, that left here saying F-U-C-K, you, F-U-C-K-U. These are the people that we're going to listen to?
Well, let me tell you this.
Is it possible to reinstall the equipment after there's community input? I mean, I think it may not be the equipment, it's the process.
No,
it may not be the location.
We are, with all due respect, we are deferring this and let's hear from the community. And that's it. That's the only thing that I want. Hear from the community, and you're going to I'm going to prove my point. It's a division. There's some people that will say yes, like in anything. You're never going to have 100%. You're never going to have 80%. You always have half and half. And if it is half and half, by not having the equipment, then we're hurting the other part of the community. You see? But if the majority wants it, fine. The majority doesn't want it, then we make a decision there. And Commissioner Carollo, I respectfully request that if you're going to donate them, I am building a new park. You see, you can donate it to me, and I will install it in my park. My community will be very happy to have equipment where they can exercise. They're going to be very happy.
May we move on to the next item?
Who is the community that we're hearing from? Are we going to hear from your community?
No.
My community?
No,
the other community and what they want there too? Or is this park now a park for 4 buildings?
We're going to hear, you see.
Is it a park for 4 buildings only now?
Let me tell you.
Commissioner Reyes, may we move on to the next item?
Yes,
we still have several items to accomplish.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you always for coming. Mr. City Clerk, what's the next item? PZ
4?
PZ 4.
I have no quarrel with it.
Special appearance, 53rd Street Apartments.
Sir? Sir? You came here to create problems? I beg your pardon? You came here to create problems? Okay. See?
No, not to create problems. No.
PZ 4. Sir, please.
My name is Alfredo Gonzalez. I'm an attorney with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, Suite 3500. It's my pleasure to be here tonight representing 53rd Street Apartments, the owners of the property that's before you. We're here requesting the waiver of the 18-month wait period to refile a zoning application on the same property. Why are we here? Because the city code allows you, by a 3-member vote, to waive that 18-month period if it's to rectify an injustice or 2, to facilitate development. This is an area that has laid vacant for years. This is an opportunity to create workforce housing, affordably priced housing, and a wait of 18 months. It's only going to add to the cost of this project. Now, this property is particularly suited for this type of development. On 53rd Street, right behind our property, is the Jewish hospital complex, an institutional use that can be built up to 150 units to the gross acre. In front of us is a 4-lane arterial road, and it's a connector between I-95 and US 1. So I don't want to make a big argument as to the merits of this potential application, but all you're doing today is waiving that 18-month period. If you do, we get to present to PZAB, to your staff, to you all, the merits of our proposal. We hope you would support us. Certainly, wait of 18 months means more interest, more cost, less ability to provide the type of housing that we need in the city of Miami. Appreciate your support.
Commissioner Cabela? Because Vice Chair.
No, I know, it's your area.
Yes. Now, what this does, it only waives the 18-month period. It does not approve anything. The community will have an opportunity to be heard. I've already heard from some of the members of the community who are not going to be in favor of this, but this 18-month waiver allows the process to move quickly because we desperately need affordable housing, workforce housing. So that's all it is doing. We're not approving their project. We're just waiving the 18-month requirement so that they can continue to move forward and present the project to PZAB in the community and all of that. So do I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Promise kept, no problem.
Okay. PZ5. Do I have a motion for PZ5? Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we need any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Commissioner Reyes? Motion carries unanimously.
I'm sorry, that was for PZ.
5.
So yes, I already have Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Pardo, 5-0.
PZ8. Do I have a motion for PZ8?
I'll make the motion.
Got a motion and a second. Is there anyone that would like to have discussion on this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Aye, aye, aye. PZ8. Okay.
5-0.
PC8.
PZ9. May I have a motion for PZ9?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Reyes made the motion. Commissioner
just-
Pardo made the second.
And remember, it needs to be amended.
As amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Commissioner, on PZ10, I would like
I'd like to defer it.
Perfect.
I'd like to defer it.
Took the word out of my mouth.
Move. Want to refer it?
I'd like to defer it. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And Chair,
Defer to win. Sorry.
I'd like to defer it to the last meeting in February.
February 22nd.
Okay. We have now covered all of our planning and zoning items. Thank you. And we are going to, it's my colleague's discretion. Would you like to go back to our RE items, or do you want to go to the
RE.
discussion items?
I will go to RE. You know that I need to my rest, so I want to finish the REs.
You want to finish the REs?
That's right.
The RE12 was withdrawn, right? RE12? Was that
Which one
withdrawn?
was it?
The REs.
RE12, authorized city manager dash RLA, I think that was withdrawn, right? Okay.
Okay. Would you guys like to take up the
RE8.
What was left in the REs?
The city attorney.
That might take a little longer, so what?
right? So let's take the commissioners as board members. Let's get that out of the way.
Okay. Let's get that.
Wait. Let's
Let's jump to that.
yes. Let's get that out of the way. The boards that are in play.
Chair, the Assistant City Clerk is handing out a list of the boards.
I was going to pull it up.
Okay. Chair, if I may, I don't want to delay this meeting more. It's been a long day already. So I would defer DI1, DI2, and DI3 for the next meeting.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a
I'm
second?
sorry, D1, 2, and 3. D1,
2 and 3 to
okay.
defer
All right.
to the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And we go right into
D4.
I4.
D4, okay.
Okay. So we
Wanted to make a motion? What? These are the appointments in DI4.
Well, the I4.
I nominate Commissioner Reyes to the. Can I do that? Because I'm the chair. I can't. Huh?
Yes,
No.
you pass the gavel to me. I'll pass it back to you.
Okay. Here.
Oh,
I'm going to make a motion to, because I think this is the easiest one, nominate Commissioner Reyes to the Downtown Development Authority.
One second.
Second?
Who's the mover?
I'm the mover.
Oh, the gavel was
Commissioner-
passed?
Okay.
Yes.
Gavel.
I apologize.
Although let me tell you this. I am not too much in favor of voting now on the boards until we get the.
No, we're here. Let's get it done.
Okay.
I have a motion.
I want to nominate Mr.
Wait,
Park.
Commissioner Reyes, we have one on.
Okay, let's
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Okay.
Passes unanimously.
I want to nominate Mr. Park to the Omni CRA.
Do I have a second? I have a motion to nominate.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And
Motion carries unanimously.
And I want to nominate Mr. Gavella to the Miami River Commission, since you
I'll second.
You live in the river, you keep an eye on them.
Yes, but, I would like to sit on one of the boards. If you have
Wait,
the
we'll
Omni,
get
I'd like
back.
to sit on maybe the Bayfront.
We're gonna get back to that. So
Okay.
right now in play is the Miami River Commission. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Let's do Overtown CRA, guys. Commissioner Reyes? Overtown.
Overtime, CRA?
Yeah. Make a motion. I can't make that motion. Make a
No,
motion.
no, I nominate you, Madam Chair, but I'm going to repeat. I'm not ready to vote in any of the boards. I'm voting because of.
I
But
understand.
until we have
Can't hear you.
until we have the audits that we are.
Right.
I mean, that is my point.
Right. We're going
You
to
see-
address that in our.
You see, I'm
Right.
not going to vote for any changes or anything. You're just going to
We're gonna
do
address
like that. The
that
one
in
that
our-
are vacant, and after that, I will not vote for anything after we have
We have a motion and a second for the Overtown CRA. All in
I'm sorry,
favor?
who's the seconder?
Commissioner Carollo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. That leaves Bayfront Park Trust.
Midtown CRA?
Midtown. I would like, in my opinion, we would like to leave everything like it is until there, when we get the audits, and then we see how the performance has been, and then we have a reason for it, or reason or not reason, but I would like to have the result.
I agree.
There hasn't been a chair for the Midtown CRA since I got elected 2 years ago, correct?
But there is a vice chair in case you need to fall back.
Okay. And the work of the Midtown CRA has, in large part, completed. The mission of that CRA is completed.
I would defer to the manager or the CFO.
Just to put it on the record.
Larry Spring, Chief Financial Officer, through the chair. The Midtown CRA was a single-purpose CRA to focus on the development of the specific area. The only thing it is doing is paying debt on the infrastructure, which was refinanced, and I think it maybe another 5 or 6 years left just to pay down the debt. So yes, it's almost done.
Okay. So, are we going to take up the Bayfront Park Management Trust?
As I said before, I am not going to vote at anything that is filled
Anything
out.
else?
And
What about
I
Anything
agree.
that is filled out until we get the.
I agree. I'd also like an opportunity to meet with each commissioner individually on that
That's right.
specific, which resides in D2, but also our office is servicing a lot of the issues. And
That's right, that's right.
Okay,
I mean, we have,
How about Florida League of Cities, Miami-Dade, MDC League of Cities? You want to hold those off too?
yes. How
Okay.
about, Mr. Pardo? Yes,
All right,
let's
so
hold it.
are we deferring the rest to another commission meeting, or?
Well, I'm not going to vote until we get the audits.
But wait a minute, until you get the audit, what about the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau?
Well, that's right. You're talking about the Florida League of Cities.
Right, those, we're not auditing those.
Okay, we're not auditing them. Is anybody here wants to be
So-
part of
Well,
that?
if the Almany CRA is talking, can anybody nominate me for the Bayfront Park? I asked.
I keep asking.
we're going to wait. We're going to hold off on that
We're
one.
gonna-
We're going to hold off on that.
Okay. All right, so
I want to talk to you
do we want to take up
with noticed meeting.
with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitor Bureau, Florida League of Cities, MDC League of Cities, and or the Miami-Dade County Tourist Development Council? Do we want to take these up? Those are,
Well, it has to be one of us, right?
yeah.
I mean,
So they're
who volunteers to be part of the Florida League of Cities?
I volunteer, Commissioner Pardo.
There you go.
Commissioner Pardo. Okay.
Do I have a motion?
I move it.
Do I have a motion and a second?
Second?
All in favor?
All right. Now, let's volunteer somebody for the MDC League of Cities.
Next one in line.
Commissioner Cabela?
We're going to volunteer Commissioner Cabela. He volunteered for it.
We have a motion?
I move it.
A second? All in favor?
Okay. That's it.
No, I'm on the Miami-Dade Tourist Development Council.
That's you.
Have a motion?
I move it.
Second.
Okay. And I'm also on the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors.
Can you call the vote on that?
I'm sorry. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now, with the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau, it's a 2-year term. My term is still going.
But you can serve again.
Yeah, so I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm volunteering you.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That takes care of all of that.
Now, Commissioner Reyes had another motion that he wanted anything that was not going to be voted upon today to be deferred until an audit will be done.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Commissioner Carollo?
Okay. I'm making a motion that we are going to defer until we get all the audits and then we can get our heads together and see who should be where, including DDA. Okay?
So once the audit is completed, then just direct me. There's nothing to defer. Just direct me whenever the
That's
commission
right.
is ready for me to bring any of the other items back.
Absolutely.
So once the audits are completed,
Okay.
then you can direct me.
That
at
is
some time in the
clear.
future.
Let's move on.
Okay. So. That takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we want to handle 5, 6, and 8 discussion items, or do we want to move over to the REs? We could make a motion.
I'm happy to defer. I'll make the motion to defer those items.
5, 6, and 8.
5, 6, and 7?
You might as well include 7 in there.
Which is 5,
There's
6,
nothing
7?
urgent.
8 was
Discussion
withdrawn?
items.
Yeah, 8
The
was
discussion
withdrawn.
items. 5, 6,
The DI.
5, 6.
7, and 8.
No, 8 was withdrawn. So
Oh,
it's
8 was withdrawn.
Right.
Okay.
So it's 5, 6, and 7.
5, 6, and 7.
I
Defer.
was hoping I could hear 5. I thought maybe you had employment opportunities for all of us.
No, I wish.
So
Do I have a motion to defer? I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To what
defer
date?
it to what date?
Next meeting.
The next meeting?
I think the 25th.
25th. January 25th? Okay. What remains? What's remaining?
So, Chair, the city manager, a friendly reminder from the city manager, PI1, Commissioner Pardo's discussion item regarding outdoor advertising.
Okay.
And there, I just really wanted to address the advertising that's currently, the structure that's outside the PAM. And what I'd like is to direct the city manager to investigate the validity of that permit as soon as possible, and then to direct his office to, or the administration to work with my office as far as code 277 in our city code. And I'd like to bring that back to the next commission meeting on January 25th.
Okay, can you go over that so I could understand what you're asking for?
I'm asking for the city manager to check into the validity of the permit for the structure that's outside of PAM currently being constructed. It's in construction. And then I want...
There's a construction?
Correct.
Being constructed?
Yeah, they even sent me a video 11 o'clock at night of somebody welding on the... Yeah, that's the huge. Yeah, that I'm getting calls about constantly.
Okay, so you're talking about a billboard then?
Yes.
Okay. That's outside of PAM?
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
And what else are you asking for on that?
Asking the administration to work with me and to look at section 277 in our city code so that we can work that section and come back to the next meeting on January 25th.
Chair, it's a direction. So
It's a direction. So I'm getting a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, what do we have left, Mr. City Clerk?
RE8 and RE11.
RE8 and RE11.
RE8 and 11?
I think we should take RE11 first.
And you got RE8 also?
RE8, uh-huh.
Are those the only two items that are left?
Yes.
That's it on the whole roster, RE8
it.
and RE11?
That's it. And I am not in any way trying to thwart anyone's comments. I feel like I have heard the comments enough for RE11, but if you would like to have more discussion, it is, whatever the will of the body is. Do I have a motion for discussion?
Can,
Just a motion for discussion, and then we can,
well,
if you want.
What I was going to say, can we take it up in the order that it's in?
Well, then one will negate the other.
I'm just asking you. I mean, one will negate the other one. Okay. First one. Okay.
Well, I guess it's the same. It's the same thing. I thought that one first. So, do I have a motion for? Do I have a motion?
Yeah, they're telling me in my ear that the charter goes first. Is this correct? Or am I?
Commissioner, sorry.
He couldn't hear. He couldn't hear you.
They're telling me that the charter goes
So
first.
we can
Is
take
this
up.
correct?
Okay,
the charter goes first. I'm asking the question.
I don't know. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you can't be having a motion trying to hire somebody and then immediately
Have a motion to right.
fire them.
That's why I wanted to
Then
take.
it's got to go in order, right?
No,
It does not.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't. So,
All right. So I stand corrected.
or if we take one, will cancel the other one out, irrespective of which one we take. So we can take RE8 first.
Or do you prefer to hear 8, Commissioner? Right?
Which one do you want to? It's okay. He can't hear you.
Evan, I know how I'm going to vote, and
That's how I feel like everybody here already knows how they are going to vote, so
That's
there's
right.
no reason for us to belabor this. So,
Well, I was in the
But you can. I'm not saying that you can't. If that is what you want, I'm not saying you can't. But I know how you feel.
Look, for me, it's a question of, Vicky said to me one time, she represents the 5 commissioners, okay? But I must tell you, I don't feel that I'm represented in equal fashion on this board as others on this board. And I don't want to start, like I said, I don't want to get into a protracted, you won't believe it, but when I'm up here and I have to say certain things that are unpleasant, they are unpleasant for me to say. But at the end of the day, sometimes, you have to say them, It is not my wish to come here and insult anybody, that's not my nature. But, one sometimes is put into a position that you have to defend yourself and you have to defend your ideas and make it known out there as to why you're doing what you're doing, and why I'm calling not to renew the city attorney's job is because, one, I don't feel that I'm being represented by the city attorney, like I said, fairly. And I'll give you an example. For example, I believe it's December the 27th. This city of Miami has put 3 lawsuits against my person, okay, since June 14th of last year, of which those lawsuits, we have won those 3 lawsuits. The city of Miami has lost those 3 lawsuits. And maybe it was 1 lawsuit because it was the original lawsuit, then the appeal, and then the retrial on the appeal. And Vicky, you lost that 3 times. When I had a meeting with you, you said we can meet, this and that, and we had a meeting in the office, and you said, you're a commissioner now, I represent you. And I think I said to you at the time, you had that 3rd lawsuit going on, and I said, why do you have this 3rd lawsuit going on when I'm a city commissioner right now, and you're saying that you're representing me? And, I don't understand. On the one hand, you can't be a city attorney that you say you represent me as a commissioner, and at the same time, you're suing me in court and you're trying to take me out as a commissioner because of my residency, okay? And I believe what happened was, and you said you need a resolution to take that off. And then I asked you, well, let me ask you a question. To file the original lawsuit, did you need a resolution? To file the appeal, did you need a resolution for that? No, you did it on your own. And I even asked you, did you need the authority of this body? And I believe you said no, that you did not. On the other hand, to take the last lawsuit that you knew you were probably going to lose like you did, okay, you refused to take it off even though I was already a sitting commissioner and am a sitting commissioner duly elected by the people like yourselves, the other 4 commissioners here that sit on this dais, on this body. It took, on December 27th, 1 day before the court finally said, no, we're not going to do the embankment, okay, and then you lost. But on the 27th, we had no idea the decision was going to be made on the 28th. And I believe Frank Castañeda wrote you an email, my chief of staff, asking you, Vicky, we'd like outside counsel, okay, because we no longer feel, okay, to fight this lawsuit or anything else that you represent us fairly, okay? And you made a big fuss about it. You never said yes, and I was not provided outside counsel. Now, we got lucky that on the 28th, the court ruled unanimously against you for the 3rd time now, and you lost, so I didn't, at that point, I didn't need outside counsel. But here's the contrast. I know that Carollo has many lawsuits, okay, and I don't want to get into that specifically, but I'm only mentioning it because I want to make light that when Carollo asks you for outside counsel, you provide outside counsel. I don't even know how much outside counsel Carollo has now, and I don't want to even get into that, all of wax right now. But I'm only using this as an illustrative reason, for example, one illustrative reason that, I don't trust you to be fair with me. And I am a member of this body, and I thank you, of those of you who have accepted me into this, dais, okay? And therefore, I ask that examine yourselves and examine what's been going on. The city of Miami right now is mired in legal troubles left and right. We're in a quagmire that we've been now for several months. I've expressed in the past, without going into, detail, I don't want to speak here for 1 hour, okay, the shenanigans of the budget meeting, the shenanigans of, the Carollo lawsuits. We've got, like I said, lawsuits going left and right. We could be spending that money, I think, in more constructive things for our districts, for our areas. Right now, I spent part of my time yesterday on writing briefs, and the day before to go up in front of the ethics board, and then I spent some time thinking of what I'm going to address with you, and instead of taking that time and energy and doing positive things for our districts, this is what some of my time is spent on now, okay? And the other thing is, there's clearly, again, a double standard here. On June 14th of 2023, last year, I was running for office. I had been knocking on doors and running for office for 4 months. I had been a registered official candidate since February 9th, I believe. And I was knocking on doors, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. And all of a sudden, there's a map redraw on June 14th, and it takes my house out of the district. A Martian came down from heaven that day and told the Grande just to carve out my house, magically carve out my house, which back then I was the only candidate running against Mr. Diaz de la Portilla that got arrested on corruption charges and is now pending trial on indictment. That started on June 14th, okay? That was, many obstacles to come. At the same time, I was in front of this dais, I was sitting right there, and I said, hey, in case you didn't know it, that's my house, I'm a candidate, and what you're doing is not right. I ask that when you take a recess and you come back, please make it right. Well, that didn't happen. My house was taken out. The same day, June 14th, Mr. Carollo, his house was placed in Coconut Grove, the north part. You're right about that. It wasn't the south part. It was the north part of the grove was carved out, and his house that he's always had for a while now, I understand, his house was never part of District 3. And yet, it was accommodated to accommodate him, and that day he gained 3 benefits: homestead, shielding from creditors and lawsuits, and not having to pay rent in Little Havana like he was. Carollo's house was never in District 3. My house, on the other hand, that they took out, was always in District 1 since the beginning, I can say, of time. When the city of Miami redrew districts, that house was always in District 1, where I ran 3 campaigns from that house. And why am I saying that story? Because if I remember correctly, you were sitting right there, Vicky, and I was over there. And Carollo, I think you were there, and others were here. And I didn't hear you say to Mr. Carollo or to Mr. Portilla, which was sitting here, hey, stop what you're doing, because you clearly have a conflict of interest, and we need a legal or we need an ethical opinion. That was not done by anybody here, okay, on that day. So therefore, we continued. And ever since, okay, I say that you've been trying to hamper my candidacy, and then when I'm here, I have to fight for my rights. Just today, this morning, what happened? I was put into that position. I never gained a benefit from anybody, okay? My house was always in District 1. They took that house away from me. They took the privilege of running from that house. I did not gain a benefit like Mr. Carollo did back in June 14th. Because I was already in that condition. What happened this morning is they did put me back in the condition that I was before. They made me whole, you would call it in legal terms. They remedied my situation that not by my doing, but by cheating and political conniving was done to me. That's another reason why I can't trust you as a sitting commissioner here. Because you say you work for us, but I don't get equal treatment, I feel. And I can go on and on and on, and yes, I got it. And at the end of the day, there's a bad image in the city of Miami, and I think we need to start somewhere. I met with you, and I asked you in a positive way. I said, Vicky, can you retire? I'm not out for blood. I'm not interested in messing your pension up. That's not what I'm about. But I just don't trust you because all these things that have happened. I said it to you. You remember that conversation? I think we had that conversation. And I was very forthright and forward with you of what my intentions were. I never, tried to lie to you or, lead you on. And you said to me, no, I have the 3 votes to stay, and that won't be happening. And I said to you, you can't even tender your resignation and stay till April till you want to, but step down as lead attorney and just fulfill your thing. And you said, nope, you weren't gonna do that. And then I think I said, okay, so you want to go to battle, I guess. I mean, if that's what you want. I try to resolve this in a good way to not waste all this time that we're doing here, because let me tell you, I'm not comfortable when I have to do these things. Believe me, this is not my nature. But I've been put in this situation, okay, just because I decided to run for commissioner in 2023. That's what happened to me. And because you had a corrupt individual sitting here, okay, that thought he was going to take advantage of me and didn't realize that I have another house, another property that I own, that me and my wife have owned for 18 years at 1780 Northwest 21st Terrace. And for many, many months, I had to stay at that house, counter to what you have said on American TV. You don't know what you're talking about, Carollo, with all due respect. No, you don't. No, you don't. And I'm going to prove that you don't. And by the way, you're surveilling me. You should stop surveilling people, man. Waste time and other stuff, constructive stuff. Stop surveilling me and other people, okay? Because look, you're not going to find anything else on me. I don't have skeletons in the closet. I'm here to tell you, so you're wasting your time. And then on the one hand, you go out and you say that you don't have money and that they can't take money from you because you got to maintain your family. Yet somebody is paying for an investigation. Okay, or somebody's telling you that's investigating me, or maybe the City of Miami Police Department is being used, which I'm going to get to the bottom of. Okay, I'm going to get to the bottom of that when I have my time here. Okay, but this is all where I'm leading. Why I cannot trust, with all due respect, Victoria Mendez to be city attorney. I think we need to start from a fresh slate. Okay, and I'm not interested in blood. I'm not interested in any of these things, Vicky. I'm just interested in start healing the city. I am a sitting commissioner, as everybody is here. Okay, I've had to endure of going through an election where they took out my house, and I've jumped through hoops left and right like nobody can imagine. Okay, I got here by a miracle of God and money and help from many friends, my wife that worked very hard, and that's how we got here. Okay, I guess God wants me to be here. Okay, and here's the thing. I think we should start fresh. I am going to be voting for your termination. I respect the body here, Pardo, you, King, Commissioner King, Chairwoman King, what you say, Carollo, and what you say, Manolo, because we are all equals here, and we get one vote, and I realize that I might not have the votes to make this happen tonight. Here's what I'm proposing, and it might not happen. What I would propose is that, Vicky, you step down, George Wysong steps in, I nominate him, you still stick around till April if you want to, but you're not lead attorney anymore. And that's what I propose tonight. And with that, I end it. I'm not going to waste any more time. Thank you.
Do I get to respond to any of that?
No. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue?
I have an amendment to RE8, and I think that Wison or Greco, you have a copy of it, and could you please come up and read the amendment? That I think it will be a solution for this if we agree on it, and it will give us time to have a transition that it is needed, because I agree that there is bad blood in the streets, but it's bad blood, and we have to start fresh and new. So, who is going to read my amendment?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. The city clerk looks like we're doing something wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Chair, we're currently discussing RE11, correct?
Yes, RE8.
Yes.
Sure.
What's the problem?
Chair, I respectfully request that we wait until we all get a copy of the amendment.
Okay.
So then you're telling me that we're now discussing RE8.
What's in play?
Yes, Chair, what I have is that we are currently discussing R11, but Commissioner Correa is correct. If we want to switch to RE8, we can certainly do so. So we're
What are we
switching
doing?
now to R.
Switching to what?
So
To RE8?
RE8
RE8?
is now under discussion.
Okay. Same thing, isn't it?
Okay.
Well, essentially, it's the same. Appoint, terminate.
This will give us time to form a committee and have.
George, can you read the amendment so the public?
Yes, ma'am. A resolution of the Miami City Commission extending the contractual agreement with Victoria Mendez as City Attorney of the City of Miami, Florida for a period of 4 months with compensation and emoluments to remain the same. Further establishing a selection committee tasked with a comprehensive evaluation and interview of prospective candidates for the position of City Attorney, providing the selection committee's purpose, powers, duties, composition, membership, appointment, qualifications, and requirements for membership, providing for officers, meeting, quorum, legal and staff support, assignment of personnel, public notice, and sunset, and providing for an immediate effective date.
Okay.
The mic.
Would you be willing to extend this to 6 months instead of the 4 months to give us ample time to make the right decision? And I will tell you from my experience as mayor, when we hired our city manager the first time, that we went to an outside firm. That's what, haven't read the rest, but I would imagine that's what you want. It's a headhunting firm, so that we could get the most professional,
Absolutely.
qualified person.
And a
that-
committee has to be formed.
That
Election committee.
it's going to take time. So if you put 6 months, this will give us plenty of time to be able to accomplish it.
I believe the consensus is that it's no more than 5 months.
I thought it was April.
Yeah?
I thought it was April.
No, five months is saying.
It is.
Oh, I thought it was April.
It is.
Timeline.
4 months, right? Is that what it says?
Wysong is a
This
person
says
that has
4
been here for
months.
30 years. Why
This-
can't we just transition to him?
This says 4
then
months,
look
and
at
then Commissioner Carollo offered 6 months, so
No,
that's.
no, I heard that.
And-
I'd like to stay with
and
4
Commissioner
personally.
Reyes
So-
stated 5 months. Is that correct, Commissioner?
No,
5 months?
we can extend it to 5 months.
Okay.
I mean, I want us to have ample time to make a selection committee and be able to have select the person that is going to replace the city attorney and have a very orderly transition. You see, that's what I'm looking for.
But we can have an orderly transition with Mr. Wysong. He's
Sir,
been here for 30 years.
sir, that is your opinion. My opinion is
Okay.
totally different.
Well, I'm answering.
You see, my opinion is totally different.
I
I
do.
believe that
And I respect
we
it. I
have,
respect your opinion.
people that have been in the city for 20 years deserve certain deference. I believe that. It is given in the private sector, it's given every place. You see, it's not that we are extending the contract or anything. It's going to be extended until we find
But until we find, or for 4 months till April?
for months that we have to find it within.
But is that going to be stipulated in the contract that her termination or her contract ends in April?
It would,
Or is that pending whether we find somebody or not?
no, sir, don't put words in my mouth.
No, Manolo, I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Okay.
I'm asking.
No,
asking
what I'm
so I know
telling
what
you,
voting
it
on.
is at the end of April.
Not putting words in your mouth.
At the end of April, then it will be determined.
Okay,
I mean, the
that's what I'm
contract will be in April. No, so we have to find somebody before April, and that's it. Okay?
Commissioner Reyes, what part of this resolution, since you're more familiar with me, I'm only halfway reading it, do you have on what firm is going to be, how we're going to choose a firm. So
No, the thing is this, what I believe, what we're going to do is we're going to open the applications, open for everybody,
Sure.
and each one of us will name a person for the appointment, the selection committee. I already have my candidate, you see, and it has to be an
I'm
attorney.
sorry, you what? You already?
I
didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
mean,
Oh, okay, you already have a candidate, okay.
That's
sorry.
right. And I believe that a person that is going to be appointed must be a person that has knowledge of governmental law. So they could vet and interview all the applicants. The time for application could be open anytime. Only a month, you see. And then allow the committee to do their due diligence and then come to us with suggestion or two candidates. Bring two candidates that we can pick from them. Okay?
So just for clarification, 4 months from today would be May, not April. I just want to make that clear.
we're
It would
talking
be-
5 months, is what he said. 5 months.
But this says 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah, that's what I was reading. That's
Says
why I
4
asked you the
months.
question. I didn't mean no disrespect. I was
Right. If
asking the
this
question.
says 4 months, and he said April, 4 months from today would be May,
It will be May, at the beginning of May.
beginning of May.
Beginning of May, okay, that's right.
But you had said you would go with the 5 months.
If it is the will of the commission, I'm very flexible on it. The thing is that we have to have a date that it is going to be a substitution.
Well, that's why I'm saying that if you go with 5 months, at the very least, not the 6 that I requested, you would have, I would think, sufficient time then to finalize this the proper and right way.
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't have any expertise in having a selection committee and how long will it take.
Well, that's
What
why
I want to know, what I want to do is, and I'm going to ask from all my colleagues, if this passes, to immediately start thinking about who are they going to appoint in that selection committee, and bring their names next meeting, so we can form the selection committee. You have to talk to the persons, for the selection committee, and open up the application period. And that's it. Application period could be by a month or so, and then the rest of the time will be for them to vet and interview the applicants.
So do you accept the friendly amendment to move it from 4 to 5 months?
I accept it. I don't have any quarrel with it. The thing is that this has to have an end date. That's it. Okay.
I'll do 4 months.
Can you make the motion for the 5 months? I'll second the motion for it.
Okay. I make the motion for the amendment of 5 months.
5 months. Okay.
5 months, and I think that as much as you want or everybody wants to, do away with a city attorney or whatever, we have to do this a proper way, the way that is the way that should be done.
I second the motion for the 5 months.
Okay. Now we have
I second the motion for 4 months.
There is no motion in place, just the one for 5 months.
Okay.
So, Madam City.
So there's a motion on the floor for this resolution for a period of 5 months. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
So RE8 as amended 3-2.
Mr. Chairman, do you have it, Madam Chair?
Yes. Okay. Well, I wasn't voting to terminate our city attorney. And what if, yes, so we'll keep for the 5.
Madam Chair, it hurts me a lot, too.
I wasn't voting to terminate our city attorney, and this seems to accomplish that in 5 months.
Let me,
And that was not,
let me say this for the record.
but I'll vote to,
And I don't want to extend this anymore. I've had enough for one day. So I'm not going to answer all the statements that Mr. Gavela made about me, my house, and this and the other.
The truth.
There'll be plenty of time for that. Plenty of time. And I'm not going anywhere. I can't be fired or bullied out. Madam City Attorney, I am sorry for this that has happened to you now. You don't deserve this at all. But God has a mysterious way of working sometimes. And I still firmly believe in Psalm 91 that were the numbers that I received when I first ran in the primary and then the run-up. And sometimes you got to give time, and things would fall in place. So I thank you for the job that you've done for this city. You've given it all your heart, all that you can, against a lot of nasty, hateful people that all they know how to do is hate. And let's not kid ourselves. The reason that she had to go is so that the A Street boys, those that Mr. Gavela
No, you're wrong, and I'm going to put in,
listen, you
because you
said
are a liar. You are a liar. You are a liar. You are a liar.
You want to play
are a
Tony
liar.
Soprano?
You are a
Play
liar.
it, but I'll play it right
You're a
back
liar.
to you.
You're a liar.
You're a small little man.
You're a liar.
we
That
have
lies
one
like
item,
crap.
we have,
Come on, yeah, you are a small little man.
You don't have what it takes. You got your body.
we have one
The
item,
last 2 seconds would be fun. You can't have decorum with a guy that thinks he's a gangster.
Yeah. The only gangsters you.
okay.
The only gangsters you.
Thank you for participating in the City of Miami Commission for January 11th, 2024. The commission meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.